is going on here? Okay, we got to turn off ads. I also have to release my video, my YouTube video. So let me go take a look at that. How you guys doing? I'm going to edit my final devlog today. And I'm going to do it live on stream. I do have to release my YouTube video though. So I'm going to make sure I do that. Okay. Hello, Darius. How are you? Hi, Marco, Tengiz. Let's go make sure the video is ready for release here. 1841. This looks fine. I got my pinned comment ready. And I don't need A/B testing. I don't need another thumbnail. Operation Barbarossa from the Soviet perspective. Good. And I think it's ready to go. There we are. Yeah. And then we're going to put that live on our community channel. There we go. And then I think there's a little short that they made me do too. So I'll put that out. Let's not. What you want to do here is you do not want to enable notifications. Anyways, we're going to edit our devlog today. I just have to get this done. There we go. Those are out. So our main YouTube videos are done, and then we've got to do a devlog, and that's our last devlog for today. Or forever. Not for today. This is our last devlog forever. Have you drank less coffee today? Yeah, I'm not as hopped up on caffeine or anything now. My eyes are burning, though. That's the thing that worries me, because it's only 12 o'clock. If my eyes are already burning, that's not good. I think I will keep with my fasting, though. I do like the fasting. Because I only eat one meal now. And I don't really feel any different. I know people say they feel better when they fast, so I don't really feel different, but I do. It feels more time efficient. It doesn't feel like you're interrupted to go eat all the time. It's kind of annoying, like having to constantly go downstairs and then get food, and it takes time. So you just get more. You actually get more time to work. It's like a little hack, and then you just eat all your food in one meal. So I prefer that. Did you end up nerfing the item melee damage bonus after you nerfed the unit melee damage? The item melee damage bonus. Because the Shepherd's Axe had a pretty high bonus for being a tool. I don't know. I think I left it, and I think that's okay. I think it's okay the way it is. I don't mind. I like the items to feel good. I don't like items where you just get a +2. I feel like that's lame. I like when you get like a +4. It's a good question, by the way. But yeah, I like when they feel more significant. So let's get in our audio here. Okay. It makes sense an axe would be good at charging. Yeah, it's just a good little melee tool. I do wonder if the Shepherd's Axe... nah, I think it's fine the way it is. I was going to say if it should be usable by cavalry, but it gives an entrenching bonus too, and I don't really think cavalry should get that because they can't really entrench. Anyways, let's grab our audio. Now, unfortunately, the devlog... the devlog doesn't even mention like all the changes because we kept making even more changes after I already recorded it. So it's not going to have everything, but it's not bad to have a surprise. You know, so there's some things that in this devlog aren't even mentioned that we improved that I'm excited about, but I think it's okay. Let's put this in. I mean, I'm at my microphone now, so I could always record extra little stuff, but let's see how long this one is. Oh, Jesus. No, it's so long. It's 12 minutes. God damn it. And then we're going to clear out all of our old crap here that we don't need anymore. Yeah, let's clear all this out. And the only thing I like to keep is the intro. I like that.
Don't forget to wishlist Master of Command on Steam.
There we go. I think I had morning voice with this, because now I sound a bit gravelly. I don't know.
Don't forget to
wishlist. I don't know why I'm talking like that.
Don't forget to wishlist Master of Command on Steam. It's the best way to...
What an absolute tool. Listen to that guy. What a complete moron. Anyways, let's go ahead and... Do I have... I usually have a preset of a mouse clicking wish list, but I don't think I have that anymore, because I think I probably cleared that out. If I go back, do I have it? No, I don't. The recording's gone. Alright, yeah, we gotta start from scratch. That's fine. I'm using Camtasia, which is a very basic editing software, but you know what? Like, we're just recording footage and stitching it, so I think that's fine. Yeah, this stream is probably not going to be that interesting, but that's fine. So we want to do a little animation for wishlisting the game on Steam. Don't forget to wishlist on Steam. It's the best way to support the game. Maybe I'll just record something. How do you hide the taskbar at the top? Is it? It's like Control Shift F9. What is it again? F12. How do you hide this bar at the top? F11. Ah, there we go. Beautiful. Thank you, JJ. And then let's record this. And then stop recording it. I'm here to see the hard work behind the game, not only for the fun. Well, Darius, it's good to have you here. Ah, fucking hell.
Master of Command on Steam. It's the best...
Listen to this guy, he just won't stop talking. It's the best way to support the game. Alright.
List Master of Command on Steam.
There we go, looks nice. Do I have like a mouse? Oh, hell yeah. Let's pop that in. And I'm not going to bother animating the mouse clicking it. I'm just going to move the mouse over to add to wish list. And I think I want to like move this down a bit. Nah, it's all right there, because I want to see the title of the game at the top. So we will...
List Master of Command on Steam.
That's too slow. Let's move it like that.
Master of Command on Steam. It's the best way to support the game.
Gosh, I'm going to have to like do the little clicking animation, don't I? Otherwise it didn't look very good. I hate this so much. This part just blows because I'm just like animating a mouse clicking wish list, so this is the part that's crappy.
Hey everyone.
Oh, that was a much better intro. That's much more lively.
Hey everyone. This is the 10th and final development log for
I think the guy wants us to wish list. Yeah, I know, OH. I think he does.
Hey everyone.
You know, I'm gonna have to be a little lazy editing this. We're just gonna keep moving. I gotta finish the devlog because I got so much more work to do today. I'm gonna be working till like 11 p.m. on the game today, and it's Saturday, so I gotta get through this devlog. So unfortunately, we are gonna have to fly. It is cool. Devlog 10, the final one. There we go. Epim, what is your or is it Epim? I don't know. What region of France are you from, by the way?
Hey everyone, this is the 10th and final development log.
So for this part, I think we could just show... What do we want to show for... This is the 10th and final development log. Maybe a loading screen that we pan across, or maybe some gameplay. I bet I have some gameplay. Oh, from Champagne. Beautiful. You know, I asked you if I should say Epim or Epim or Epam, and then you just wrote the word, but I still don't have pronunciation. Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna grab your name and put it into Google Translate in French.
Ipam.
Epim. I'll say Epim, like Eeps. That's fine. Maybe a quick volley. JJ, yeah, maybe I could do that. Let me find the press kit and just put in some basic old footage of combat. Just something simple. Because this part we don't have to show it. We're not really showing off anything. I just need B-roll, basically. Oh, that is a picture, isn't it? These are PNGs. Where are the... Oh, there's the videos. Found it. There we go. Like the band general, the creator of the Oblique Order. I don't know who that is. Frederick the Great? Gonna be listening while I weed whack. Hope the stream doesn't get as derailed as the last one. Yeah. Talking about life and we're all sulking. It's gonna be like Jonestown and that's a bad joke, sorry. Well, there's not even many people here. I can make jokes if I want to, right? Nobody's gonna get offended if I say something. I don't have any good B-roll, and I'm really surprised by that. Oh, I have one here. This is a combat shot compilation there. Greek general and statesman. Honestly, man, I need a new name to call you. I have no idea. I don't know what to call you at this point. You're an enigma. That's what I'll call you. I don't know. Or I'll just call you Divide. Or Davide. Like David in Italian or French or whatever that would be. Alright, I'm downloading my video now. There we are. Cool, we got a little combat. Oh, this looks nice. That looks nice.
Hey everyone, this is the 10th and final development log for...
I don't know why it goes black.
And final development log for Master of Command. First, let me...
Damn, these shots look good, don't they?
First, let me...
I like the contrast here. I think I added extra contrast, but I kind of wish the battle looked like this. But you know what? It has a bit of that Napoleon filter where it doesn't look very realistic. I don't know.
First, let me say thank you for all the support on our latest trailer and...
So if I'm just saying thank yous and shit, then I can just skip through these. I hate how I added the black screens.
Support on our latest trailer and the live streams I've been doing. I think the game's really come a long way, and I'm excited to be so close to sharing it. Excited to be so close to sharing it with you. I also won't make you wait for a release date any longer.
Okay, yeah, we'll put the release date up on screen. So I think what we'll do here is we'll just grab like a black screen of some sort. That's a black gradient. I think what we need to do is just... God, dude, this is like, I do not want to be doing this. Not to complain. Black screen. Only because I have all these other things to do, it bothers me that I've got all this stuff stacking up. So we're going to go nice and quick. Hopefully it'll be painless. We'll keep moving quickly. Maybe it's okay to be a little sloppy now and then. Like,
I also won't make you wait for a release.
I think I'm editing pretty fast now, so... I just know sometimes I'm actually here for like 8 hours, and that's when it gets bad. I usually edit these across 3 different days, and I've got to do it all in one day. So I'm just going to get my bitching out of the way now. and then I will be nice.
Won't make you wait for a release date any longer. We are officially releasing on date any longer. We are officially releasing on October. We are officially releasing on October 27th. We initially planned on releasing 7th. We initially planned on releasing the game on September 17th, but we realized this would not give us enough time to properly playtest the game and implement feedback.
Damn, these shots look better than the actual game. I kind of feel like did I mess something up or anything? I think it's the contrast just looks really nice. I like the contrast a lot. Every time I'm watching people play, they're playing without post-processing, and there's no contrast. It's all washed out. So I wonder if I should change that at all. But I think it's okay. I just really like look how dark and deep the shadows are and stuff. I like the contrast. JJ, you're not responsible for making me do the devlog, dude. I told everyone that I would do my final devlog. I have to do it.
To properly playtest the game and implement feedback. It also didn't give us much of a runway for marketing, and by moving the game into October, it means we can participate in Steam's Next Fest, which allows us to give you the opportunity to try a free demo of Master of Command before release.
Fall Next Fest. I'll do some B-roll of the Fall Next Fest. And what is it? F11? There it is. That's what I do with the screenshots. I increase contrast by 10% and I slightly cool down the tone. Yeah, I wonder, like, if I go in real quick, let me just go in and just see if I could bump up the contrast, because it looks so good with the dark shadows. I'm going to pop in real quick and just see if we want to change it to that, or if it's going to go too far. And if people don't like it, you can turn off posts, so... You ever play an instrument? I've played a piano before. I just taught myself some songs by watching videos, but I never learned like the proper theory, so I'm not very good at it. But I would just like watch people play with their hands over the piano, and I would just copy them, and that's kind of how I brute forced. I mean, I took a semester in high school of piano, and I did a little recital. So I did a little bit. The teacher didn't really like me, but that's okay. There's a baggage train. Yeah, there is a baggage train in the game. That's right. Let's take a look at the contrast. Like the contrast, that's a good addition already. Let's make it daytime. Like let's fast forward until the brightness goes up. You see the brightness right there? That's because the sun's coming out. So let's let that get to full brightness, and then we'll adjust contrast. Fair, I played marimba? What is that? Through high school. I think I'm going to move to bass guitar because the average marimba. What is a marimba? I don't even know what this is, to be honest, dude. I don't know what that is, like a glorified xylophone. All right, let's get that to 100% brightness. It's at 0.96 right now. It's a Mexican xylophone, yeah. All right, we're almost at 100%. There we go. So the sun's fully out now. This is what the game looks like when the sun's out. Okay. So here's our force. Did he mark this as complete again? This damn... that's annoying. Oh well. Contrast is 1.2. If it goes up, it'd look like that. So there's a before and after. To be honest, dude, I like it with the extra contrast. Like, let me move around a little bit and show. Like, this is the added contrast versus less contrast. Like, I prefer dark shadows like that. I don't know. I like when a forest looks dark when you look into it. Let me look at, like, the uniforms and see if there's any problem. Yeah, I don't know. I like the shadows and the dark. I like how dark the forest looks and everything. Did I go a little too far, do you think, maybe? And then Epim says, if you cool down the temperatures and balance with saturation, it can give the Napoleon Total War feel. Well, I like the contrast, but let's dial it back a bit. Also, I have another contrast we can change instead. We can change this one. This is the other contrast we can change. So there's that, or there's that, which I suspect these look about the same, to be honest. The first one actually looks a bit better, meaning I think we should probably adjust this contrast. I know I got sidetracked. I'm also going to make sure it looks good without post-processing, because this part stays on. It's very green. That's the thing I don't like here. Yeah, I wish there was something I could do about the greenness when you turn off post-processing, but it is what it is. I think what we'll do, though, is I think we're okay to put that up. That's the temperature, yeah. You're saying to cool it, though, but it already looks very cool. Like, green and blue is a cool color. Yellow and red would be warm. And so that's, yeah. But I think contrast would be nice. Just a little bit like that would be nice, like up to 50. So compare like the village before and after. It looks less washed out, doesn't it? I like the colors like that. And by the way, the only reason it's dark around the edges is because it's paused. If it's not paused, look, you get rid of that. But I prefer that kind of darkness. I think it does look more cinematic, so yeah, we're gonna change the color adjustment there to the contrast to 50. It's not gonna be as extreme as this. This is not what I'm going for. This is when I was just testing extremes. But this here is not so bad. Like if you zoom out, that looks nice, I think, compared to that, which looks, see how all the colors are washed out? I think that contrast really, especially the farm. Look at the farm here versus there. Like the brown looks, the dirt looks like actual dirt and not almost bluish there. So yeah. And then Epim, you were saying to change another thing. You want to change what? You want to cool it with the color balancing? Low temperature and color saturation. Let's see. If I take the temperature and lower it, that makes it red. Oh, this looks like it's the end. This is the end. Da-na-na, my only friend. The end. Okay, yeah. This would be cooling it, which I do kind of like the cooler tone. It gets rid of that like filter over it. Hold on. Let me just play around with it a little bit. I feel like the tint is... no, the tint does help. Like, look at the road. The tint makes the road look way better. It's, like, very bluish without the tint. So you kind of need that tint there. I think that's fine. So I'm going to keep that there the way it is. And you're saying increase saturation and make it blue. So if I take the temperature and make it like that, that makes everything a lot more green. And if I take the saturation and increase it like that, it's very blue. And this doesn't look bad, though. Hold on. That don't look bad. Here's what the uniforms look like. I like how bright the uniforms are in this case. Is it a little bright, we think? Maybe. Here, I'm going to undo those changes. So this is what it normally is like, I think. Hold on. This is what it normally is like, and here's what the change is. Yeah, it's a little bit like I'm high or something. I feel like the old one, the contrast is good, but I don't like the sky being that bright. I still prefer that. This feels like toned down a little bit, more gritty. I prefer that. The only thing I like about it is I do like how the uniforms get brighter. So, like, the blue is much more noticeable and on the flag. But, no. And, Epim, you don't want to play with sharpness at all, because sharpness, for whatever reason, like, really hurts low resolutions. And I don't want to have to create... Yeah, no, it's... I think it's fine like this. And then, what else did we say we want to do, though? You said you just want to try out bumping saturation. What if we bumped up saturation without changing the temperature? Or just changed... Nah, the temperature's fine. I like a little bit of warmth in it. Maybe saturation could just get increased. Wow, look at that. It's an interesting filter. So this is it normally. If I bump up the saturation just a bit, it really brings out the blue a lot. Let's say it's at like 0.8. There. It would be cool if a person could play with these settings, yeah. I think I actually prefer the less saturated because it looks more like a war film. I prefer the... Yeah. The only thing I like that we did here is that contrast. Like, really made the forest look dark, and I like that. I'm happy with what we've changed already. I just think I think the contrast helped us a ton, actually. And then I also have, that's summer main. I have overcast, which is more washed out on purpose. And then I have summer rain, which isn't used anymore right now. I have winter. And then I have scorched earth, which look how yellow that is. This is the end game. It's a little bit too red, but it's almost exaggerated on purpose. That when you load in, you're like, oh, it's like the world is burning. It's kind of like forest fire post-processing for the end. My personal taste is to lower the greenish tones a bit and increase contrast and reinforce a bit of the blue tones with the temperature. Yeah, let me, everything we're doing won't save, so I'll have to take a screenshot. We'll keep that on. We said we liked saturation where it is. And then we said reduce the green tones. Nah, I like the green where it's at, so I wouldn't touch that. And you're saying reinforce blue tones. Let's see if we can bolster the blue's already maxed out at 200 though. What if I put this up? What does that look like? No, that's not good. Not good to do with that. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that. I do bet though. Yeah, there's your, this is like your Instagram filter here. This is like the Napoleon movie. If you put gamma on right there. That actually does look quite cool for screenshots. But this is not how you'd play the game normally. This would primarily be for screenshots, I'd say, the gamma. This is like the movie filter mode, yeah. gain you don't want. It's just gamma. You could really change the mood by changing this. Just kind of cool. That's too much, obviously. Yeah, no, this is quite neat for like a movie filter. Should I add gamma as an option to just toggle that on? And you could play with it. You could just have that on or off if you want more of a yellow or a green tone or blue tone. It's good for yeah, I think this is primarily good for screenshots. It is niche, yeah. I like the lift. The lift is good. Don't add a photo mode for one crazy French, yeah. What is this bar up there? Oh, that's the bottom thing. Well, let me ask this. Does this look... Which of those do you prefer between these two? This one's more green and that one's more yellow. Is there a way to make this just less extreme? Like that, I guess? I could cool it even more, a little bit. I prefer green, though. I like to see green. This is almost blue. Let's do that. Nah, I don't think we need the gamma. I think it's okay like this. Yeah, I think this blue filter is definitely like a movie. I think it's fine. I think we should, here's what we should just do, is just do the contrast increase, which I boosted it up to 50. So all I'm going to do is just go in and make sure I undo everything. And contrast is currently set to, oh, that's weird, hold on. Where's contrast? Why is this 1.2 and off? Hold on. Let me jump back in. I don't know why that's turned off. It's checked off. Maybe it accidentally got turned off. I don't know. I do gotta get back to my devlog though. I do think the extra contrast is nice, because that's the one thing I just keep when I edit my photos. I just immediately add contrast back, because I don't like when stuff looks washed out. You ever watch a movie nowadays and it's just you get washed out colors? I like having deep dark contrast, even if it's not super realistic. You know what's happening here is I gotta undo my changes. Something bugged out, so we gotta look up post and make sure we undo the change there. There we go. Now we go to, there we go, we fixed it. And I think what we want to do is under color adjustments, just bring this contrast up to 50. There. What you just saw was wrong. But yeah, we're gonna go to do that with 50. Before I approve the change though, I'm gonna jump in one more time and let you guys vote, because you are the ones playing the game and you tell me if you find it obnoxious or not. And we can't do both, we just gotta pick one. I don't want to have to add multiple contrast settings right now. That could be something we add later, where you can just have a contrast slider. But for the time being, I think I will just do it all in one kind of setting. So let's figure out what we want the default to be. So let me just line up this guy here. There, I'll pause. Actually, we don't even need to pause. Well, we do for time purposes. Okay. This is low contrast setting, high contrast setting. I'm not a fan of the vignette. The vignette only happens when you pause. So you see here, there's not... there's a little bit of... Oh, there we go. Now it's gone. But you see how it only appears when you pause the game. But if I'm playing normally, see, you don't really see much of a vignette. It's very subtle on the edges. The only dark... The reason it's a dark bottom corner is just to let the player know the game is paused. That's all. Which of these do you guys prefer? Do you prefer high contrast or low contrast? Or do you want the middle ground between these two? I'm still a fan of the... I'll zoom out too and show you like a zoomed out picture like that. This is high contrast. And that's low contrast. There we go. I'll let you guys vote. I think the high is maybe a little too high. Because you see how some of the forest colors are almost like... I think this is my only issue here. It's like you probably shouldn't have... probably shouldn't have this color in the trees, you know what I mean? So you guys prefer the high contrast, but do you agree with me to just tone it back a little bit? Because it's normally at 10. I went up to 50. Maybe a compromise would be like 35. Here's 35 by comparison to the 50. Yeah, I prefer the 25 because look at the forest. This feels too dark. Something feels wrong there about that tree. And the 25, it's just... In fact, I'll grab this and I'll show you a direct side-by-side real quick. There. If we compare with the original, though. Hold on. There's your steps of contrast. The one on the right is too dark, right? Like, zoom out. That middle one's perfect, almost. Are you guys happy with this one here? As a compromise? And then I'll get back to work. I think that one's good at 35. It's a subtle difference there. Okay. Let's go in and implement the boosted contrast. Maybe we could even go to 30. Let's try, you know what we'll do, Lachlan, is we'll try 35 for now. And if people don't like it, I can always dial it back to 30 like you said, okay? The only thing I need to test is winter. That winter is good with the 35 contrast or not. There we go. The release date is October 27th. Did I mess that up? Yeah, it's October 27th. But yeah, we'll definitely do... Let me do a post-release, add a contrast and gamma slider. Here's winter with the extra contrast versus... Uh-oh. Oopsie. Ah, I broke something. Shit, that sucks. Well, either way, that didn't look bad. 10 versus 35, that's what we're comparing against. I just gotta check winter and then we're done with this. Seb, I'm just fixing the contrast right now because I think I was looking at some of the screenshots I'd taken for influencers and I kept increasing the contrast in the screenshots I gave them, but I figured why not just actually make the game have a little more contrast? Especially when I watch people play and there's a lot of smoke, it washes out all the color. So I want to just increase it a little bit. And then I'm back to the devlog. Okay, here is winter with the higher contrast versus lower. Oh, the higher looks way better, doesn't it? Yeah. That 35 contrast is much better. What is the benefit of volley fire versus free fire? The free fire, post fixes. 1 second. Sorry, I gotta test one more. Oh, I gotta take these changes. Free fire means you can fire immediately. So if you're in a pinch and the enemy is about to charge you and you don't have time to reload a full volley, you can get the free fire off and everybody can shoot who is reloaded. So that's its primary use case. The other thing is it typically gets you more kills because troops aren't waiting to fire with each other. So you'll get more kills over time. But volley fire has a morale shock with it. So volley fire is almost always more efficient in terms of breaking an enemy. But if you are grinding kills, like with recruits, it's actually... With recruits, you're probably not going to break them with shock from an accurate volley anyways. And so free fire is actually not bad with them because they're just going to gain extra kills and get more experience. And then volley fire is really good if you have trained troops who can just break an enemy unit. But just I typically think volley fire is better in 80% of cases. And free fire is just good for... especially, here's the other case too. If an enemy is recovering its morale, but they're right at the threshold about to retreat, I switch over to free fire to let everybody get those last shots off if it's the difference between like 1% more to break them. So that's where it can be useful. Let me grab post-processing. This is the Scorched Earth. 35 versus 10. Yeah, no, the Scorched Earth is good too. Okay, good. We're done. We're done with that. Now we're back to the devlog.
Test the game and implement feedback. It also didn't give us much of a runway for marketing, and by moving the game into October, it means we can participate. And by moving the game into
I'm gonna cut some of my, because here's what I say.
We are officially releasing on October 27th. We initially planned on releasing the game on September 17th, but we realized this would not give us enough time to properly playtest the game and implement feedback.
The and implement feedback is unnecessary to say, so I'm gonna cut that out.
Feedback. It also didn't give us much of a runway for marketing, and by moving the game...
Yeah, that part can be cut. We don't need that. So now we'll just say this.
This would not give us enough time to properly playtest the game, and by moving the game into October,
yeah, it's much better
means
now.
We can participate in Steam's next...
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that. Just because people people don't care. They want to get to the devlog, so you don't want to spend the first minute just talking about marketing and shit. You want to get to the things quickly.
Enough time to properly playtest the game, and by moving the game into October, it means we can participate.
Is it fair to say that high reload rate, low accuracy infantry focuses on dealing more damage instead of actual morale damage instead of actual damage? Actually, I don't think so, Laszlo, because you only inflict the morale damage if your shots land. So I don't know if that's true. I'd have to test if fast reloading infantry benefits more from free fire. Maybe they would. Because if they can just rattle off shots and they're not waiting and they're really fast, you might be able to just inflict. I had a Prussian lifeguard who I got down to an 8-second reload by stacking every item in the highest veterancy in the game. So it's so rare to be able to do that. And by the way, the 8 seconds is fake because there's like 4 other seconds of reload that isn't accounted for. So it's really about 12 seconds. And I put them on free fire and they were just constantly shooting. There was like not a single time where somebody was not shooting. So that was like just a constant machine gun firing off, and that was pretty fun. So I think free fire might become more beneficial when you get really high reload rates.
Enough time to
Otherwise, if you make everybody stop and wait, it kind of negates the benefit.
Properly playtest the game, and by moving the game into October, it means we can participate in Steam's Next Fest, which allows us to give you the opportunity to try a free demo of Master
Did you fix the bayonet unfixing? Yeah, we did. I actually wrote that down from the stream, and it already got fixed.
of Command before release. The last thing...
So how does Volley Fire do more morale damage? Laszlo, it's an artificial. There's two things. Number one, because everyone fires at the same time, it makes the morale difference look larger than slowly chipping away. Because you do no damage, and then suddenly 100 guys drop, so the morale goes down more. And then on top of that, we have a slight artificial bump, where if you're using Volley Fire and everyone waited, you get like an extra 10% morale penalty, or improvement on damaging the enemy. So Free Fire, you don't get that benefit. So you're just slowly chipping away, and there's never any big shock that you're getting from that. But again, typically Volley Fire is just more effective, and Free Fire has its use cases. Like, the biggest thing for Free Fire is if you're about to get charged by cavalry and you don't have time to reload, you need to switch to Free Fire and let everybody get their shots off to do as much damage as possible before the enemy comes in. Is there an ammo limit? There is. If you do fire really fast, Rob, you burn through ammo, but you can get improvements on items and skills to help reduce ammo consumption.
The last thing I'd like to clarify is of Master of Command before release. The last thing I'd like to clarify...
This part is so unnecessary.
We are not accepting any more playtesters...
I don't need to say that at all. Let's just get into the actual devlog.
...for release. Now, let's jump right into things. The first visual change you'll notice right off the bat is a proper skybox.
So what we want to do is we want to compare the old version. We want to compare the old version here that had no skybox. Do I ever show it off? I do. So I'm going to record the old version. There we go. I also made everything a lot less yellow. Look how yellow it used to look. It almost looked AI generated before with the yellow filter. And then we just want to grab some text and then just say old footage. And I'll probably grab a gradient as well. And then let's try to recreate this exact shot with the new... Is this transparent? Why does it look like this? Oh, it's fading. That's why. There. And then let's try to get this shot again. This is on map 1. Non-winter. Is summer. This has GBR British foot at 1,000 strength. And they're firing at French. So this will be FRA French... or FRA French Fusiliers. And there's 1,600 of them. And I have to double check that that's accurate. Lucky number. Open Order does get a fire bonus, actually. Open Order gets like a honestly, it's like a... It is like a 175% increase in fire damage in Open Order Free Fire. So it is actually almost borderline overpowered. I had to reduce it recently. And you also reduce the amount of fire damage taken. Have you been able to play it, Lucky Number, or is your computer still unable to run it? We've got some more optimization changes in the next update that's coming very soon, by the way. Open Order uses Free Fire by default. So you don't even have to try it. If you light infantry comes in Open Order and has Free Fire enabled by default. It's automatic. Okay, and then what we're going to do is just line up our British infantry in a similar spot. Take the French. They have Russian flags, but it's all right. Will anybody notice in the stream? Maybe they will. Yeah, they will. Fuck. This is really becoming a problem with the... Yeah, it is what it is. The tricorns are broken in this version, so I'm just gonna have to show in the latest devlog it looking worse. But I can't. There's not much I can do. I'm also using a Prussian flag, so we gotta fix that. Oh gosh. Whoa, yeah, the render scale like broke my game. Uh-oh. Okay, I think we fixed our issue with the flags. Will you add an animation? Did you add the animation for unfixing bayonets? I thought I answered your question already. Yeah, I did. Did the Hessian use the British flag, or is there a state flag? They use the British flag because that's the faction they're aligned with, but they do carry a Hessian regimental flag. So they carry both. Which I know isn't ideal, but there's not really a good solution for that at the moment. Because the flag you carry is based on the nation you're playing as. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, okay, never mind, sorry. There we go, I had the wrong guy selected. Now they're carrying. Do you want to officially sell the game in India? I think we will translate the game... No, we won't translate to Hindi. It will be on Steam, so you could buy it if you're in India. There we go. I'm gonna wait for the data to brighten up a bit. Oh, I will fix the bayonets and unfix them. There you go, look. They put them on, they put them off. It's not a great animation, but they do it regardless. It's a very basic animation. I'm on fast forward as well, so let me go on the regular speed. There you go. And now the day's brightening up. Oh, I fast forwarded. God damn, that sucks. Damn. Smoke looks a little blinding, but I think people like the smoke anyways, so.
Right off bat is the first visual change you'll notice right off the bat is a
Damn, I wish I had the beginning of the battle because the grass looks nicer. I may just add a little contrast to adjust for that, so it looks more early morning. Because that smoke is messing it up. Yeah, just a little bit. I just added 10. Yeah, that's fine. Have less smoke. I could go less smoke, but let me see. People like smoke, though. Nah, it's about the same result, anyways.
Proper Skybox. Proper off the bat is a proper Skybox. As well as volumetric fog.
Damn, all that work for one fucking shot. Alright. We now want to just pan across a battlefield now. Are you making a trailer? I'm just making the devlog. Read the title of the video.
You'll notice right off the bat is a proper Skybox, as well as volumetric fog, which adds a lot of atmosphere in the early morning hours. A lot of atmosphere in the early morning hours of a battle. Battles start dark and misty, and will brighten.
So I'm talking about how it starts dark. So what we'll do is I will pan across slowly. Honestly, guys, we just spent like 15 minutes on 5 seconds, so we can't really do much more on top of that, unfortunately. There, so this is the dark and misty, and then we'll just hang out like here on the highest speed and then time lapse it. Sorry, I'm time lapsing, so I just have to wait for the sun to come out. Looks like it's brightening up already a little. Okay, that seems bright enough. So what we'll do is grab this.
Battles start dark and misty, and will brighten up over the course of the day. We've also got a new minimap implemented.
Oh, jeez.
Adds a lot of atmosphere in the... Adds a lot... Volumetric fog, which adds a lot of atmosphere in the early morning hours of a battle.
I think it's better to, like, do that. I come in at this point instead. And then...
A lot of atmosphere in the early morning hours of a battle. Battles start dark and...
So now when I talk about the time... Then we time lapse it.
Dark. Battles start dark and misty, and will brighten up over the course of the day. We've also got a new mini-map. Battle start dark and misty and will brighten up over the course of the day. We've also got a new mini.
That's good. I like that. Let's to show off the new minimap, let's go into a Rise of Frederick battle. Just so there's an actual battlefield that we can show. I assume you're using 2D sprites for the units? No, they're 3D. A couple things are 2D, a couple things are 3D. Next game I do, I will do all 3D. What do we want to show? Probably a big battle, right? I'll go Hohenfriedberg.
Bei Mollwitz rannte ich.
Randig.
Rotositz marschierte ich durch die Nacht
Rotositz.
und triumphierte. Schlesien soll mein sein. Errungen, nicht ererbt.
Ein glorreicher Sieg, Eure Majestät. Die Österreicher werden keine andere Wahl haben, als sich an den Verhandlungstisch zu setzen.
Frieden ist nur gekaufte Zeit. Die Kaiserin wird den Verlust von Schlesien nicht so leicht vergessen. Und ich bin noch nicht fertig. Die Österreicher sind zurückgekehrt. Sie wägen uns kampflos und schwach, aber wir verfolgen jeden ihrer Schritte.
Wie ihr befohlen hattet, Eure Majestät, bedrängen von Zietens Husaren ihre Reihen und halten uns auf dem Laufenden. Unsere Agenten haben ihr Lager infiltriert und füttern den Feind mit gezielten Fehlinformationen.
Es ist Zeit. Der Feind muss glauben, dass wir noch immer hier waren. Wir marschieren heute Nacht.
Some of
Keine
the
Rede,
subtitles
kein
are a little
Rauch,
bit off.
Nicht einmal einen Mucks. Wenn die Sonne sich hebt, werden wir in der Schlachtreihe stehen, während die Österreicher noch ihre
I've got to
Waffen-
resynchronize them. And it sort of ended a little suddenly there. I could have skipped that, but I just want to check it out because we just put the subtitles in, but they're just a little desynchronized. Okay. Is the AI turned off? If they are, that's really annoying, but... Was that number 3? It was number 3, Seb. A lot was desynchronized, but I can just leave you notes. I know a little German, so I know when he's supposed to say those things, and some of the subtitles are just a little too late or too early, or don't appear long enough, and... I'm gonna have to refight this goddamn battle, because the AI is off, which is so frustrating. I'll just skip the cutscene, of course, but yeah, it's frustrating. Okay, thanks. That's the one I was most unsure about because the quick lines at the end. Yeah, that's all right. All right. I'm just gonna move these guys up. This looks like it's rainy weather. What's the post-processing? This looks like rain. Or overcast? Overcast, yeah. I do like the new contrast. It feels cold, doesn't it? You can tell how cold it is with the overcast. Let me move my camera here. There we go. There we go.
We've also got a new mini-map implemented compared to mini-map implemented compared to the old placeholder we've.
Here's what I want to do.
Minimap implemented. Implemented compared to the old placeholder we.
Are you using Filmora? I'm using Camtasia, but I do think Filmora is probably better. I'm so used to Camtasia. It was the first ever editing software I ever used when I first started my YouTube channel like 8 years ago. And I just still use it for like really easy. I'm just so familiar with it that I can knock out a whole video in a day and just edit the whole thing.
Compared to the old minimap implemented compared to the old compared to the old place. Compared to the old placeholder we've been using. Minimap implemented compared to the old placeholder we've been using. And you may notice that the camera is a lot smoother.
I'll do a little bit of like camera. I'll do that. Grab a shot of the troops' faces. Well, I'm just showing off the camera right now, so I don't think I'll do that.
And you may notice that the camera is a lot smoother than in the previous devlogs. Post-processing and color correction has all
I don't think the zooming really looks that good. I think it is better when I just wobble it around.
Camera is a lot smoother than in the previous devlogs. Post-processing and
I guess one issue I have... Wow, that looks so much... The contrast here looks so much nicer, doesn't it? I really like that. These damn Grenzers. Oh, I have to open up my Google Docs of my script so I can follow along. How did I do the Unity camera recorder? Damn, I don't remember how to do the Unity one because in Unity you can adjust for FPS, but here, hold on. Let me just do this. I like the music a lot. I mean, it's really growing on me. I was almost annoyed at the music a little bit because it didn't really match the tone, but I feel like now that it's all coming together, I do enjoy it.
that the camera is a lot smoother than in the previous devlogs. Post-process.
Ah, I'm so annoyed.
That the camera is a lot smoother than in the previous devlogs. Post-processing and color correction has also been adjusted.
We want to show the old versus the new. I need to get a screenshot without me having... God, it used to look so yellow, didn't it? There we go. Let's get it with the smoke. What's a good comparison? Hold on. Let's try to get like our lines engaged or something here. Ah, this is so much better. You guys want to compare the old... Look at the old versus new. Hold on. Look how much better that looks, man. That's the old, that's the new. Look how much better that post-processing. I did such a better job with it. I'm so happy with that. Breaking Bad filter, I know. So much better. We're gonna do a time lapse, by the way. I'm gonna show you guys the oldest footage from the game, and we're gonna, at the very end of this video, there's gonna be a time lapse that shows off what the game used to look like versus what it looks like now, and I'm really excited to make that time lapse. Is it color correction with a dash? Or no dash? No dash. The gradient's taken away from the shot a little bit. So decrease it a little down.
Has also been adjusted. Processing and devlogs. Post processing.
You know what we'll do is
post processing and color correction has also been adjusted to give also been adjusted to give the game less of a yellow tint. Trees, as well, are now a deeper green.
let me find a better forest. Yeah, Harold would love the tree changes. I'm gonna cut this in half and do a side-by-side. Do I ever show off the trees? I must have some old trees. Yeah, there we go. There's some old ones that are quite yellow. By the way, this is the old 2D perspective, which, can I say this? When we changed to 3D, everybody was freaking out that that was a horrible decision. Look at the old 2D effect. It had some charm, but like, you couldn't, the issue is you can barely see anything. You can only see one regiment at a time. It was really limited in that way. Do I have another example of outdated? Yeah, here. Look at the old map. Look how flat. Again, it had some charm, but it just felt like you couldn't see anything. Like, now everything opens up. This doesn't even fully look that good yet. When it looks like this, though, look how much you can see everything. It all opens up. I really appreciate that. I'm trying to find where. I think I had like an old. You know what? I probably have it in another old devlog. It's even older. No, I can't go back too old because I didn't have the 3D perspective yet. So we've got to look for when I show off some trees. Which I think this is really our best bet right here. I did not ban Harold. I did not ban him. He left. I didn't even do anything to him. He came into my DMs. He was insulting me, and then he left. I didn't even ban him. I blocked him because he kept messaging me insults, and I didn't want that. I didn't need that at that time. And so when I blocked him, he immediately quit. Which, you know, whatever. That's his decision, not me. I was called a fascist and, like, whatever. Not to be, I don't want to be dramatic or anything. I don't have any ill will towards Harold. I'm not going to insult him, and I don't think anybody else should say anything to him or against him at all, okay? So there should be no drama at all. But the only thing that is true is that, that I will say, is that he was calling me a fascist, and it's because I wasn't banning people in the server, and I someone who was being inappropriate, I just gave them a warning, which they never misbehaved. Not to be condescending, but they never misbehaved again. So I gave the person a warning, and then he said I was enabling fascism. And that is kind of nuts, that our server's enabling fascism. That's ridiculous. People barely even have political conversations in our server. If they do, it's usually through a historical context. But anyways, I wouldn't go after him or do anything. I don't have any, I don't feel negative against him, and I don't think anybody should talk to him about it, or, you know.
Less of a yellow.
Harold was just a very active community member in our server who left.
Tint. Trees as well are now a deeper.
I think these should be left aligned, honestly.
Direction has also been adjusted to give the game less of a yellow tint. Trees as well are now a deeper green. There have also been just a lot of
The new trees look so much better. That one's huge.
are now a deeper green. There have also been just a lot of general improvements, including UI tweaks.
I'll do the effect that is the Ken Burns effect.
Have also been just a lot of general improvements. Including UI tweaks and a cinematic mode that toggles off the UI. Many graphical
The cinematic mode that toggles off the UI, I don't need to mention that.
general improvements, including UI tweaks, for green. This is a deeper green. Many graphical options have been added as well, and this has allowed us to get the game running smoothly on most lower-end systems, which was an important goal of mine. While the graphics are simple, there are a lot of unit models.
Good. So when I talk about unit models, we're going to jump up to Ultra, or Epic mode, and re-jump into the battle and check it out. Where the hell is the unit size? How come it's missing? Oh, right there. The new trees look like they produce premium oxygen. Yeah, that's good. Is this the program you use on AH videos? I used to edit them with Camtasia, but I have an editor now, so I don't do them myself. We will most likely get you guys a demo sooner than we thought, by the way, because I don't want to launch our demo for the first time as Next Fest starts. We're probably going to launch it like a week before Next Fest, so there's only a couple weeks before you can get a free demo, which is cool. I do not animate the AH video. I used to do everything, but I do not really work on them much anymore. I voice them, and that's about it, because I've been working on the game. There we go. By the way, 70 FPS in editor in a full battle is very good. That's what I'm at right now. In editor means the game hasn't even been rendered yet. It's not been actually made into a build. So the in editor versions are not meant to be even playable. And yeah, I'm getting 70 FPS. That means in the official build I get something like 140 FPS. And that's really cool.
As well. This has allowed us to get the game running smoothly on most lower-end systems. Which was an important goal of mine.
I just add a little contrast to make the shot look a little more dramatic. Like that. See the difference there? I don't know why it always washes. It's always washed out, even though I added the contrast. I think it's just maybe a lot of the smoke, but I just wish we get even more contrast. The issue is just the trees get really dark fast before the ground and the troops do. But I almost wish this contrast. Ah, that doesn't even do anything. That didn't even do anything. That helped a little bit. Let me see. But it makes the trees too dark. You see that? That's too dark. Yeah, no. Can't do it. So it's just a limitation. I think if you do that, you get really dark trees.
Running smoothly on most lower-end systems, which was an important goal of mine. While the graphics are simple, there are a lot of unit models we're loading into the battles, which can make optimization tricky. We've also updated the musket sounds to
Oh, cool. We'll show off some musket sounds.
optimization tricky. We've also updated the musket sounds.
Let's go in and show off some musket sounds.
models we're loading into the battles, which can make optimization tricky. We've also updated the musket sounds to be a lot more natural and punchy. Whereas previously we'd just play one big sound if a unit was firing, we now generate a sound per soldier shooting. This is a really important change. This is a really important change because we recently changed volley fire, so that you aren't waiting on one soldier to reach a position before the rest of the line can fire. Unit models we're loading into the battles, which can make optimization tricky. We've also optimization tricky. We've also updated the musket sounds to be a lot more natural and punchy. Whereas previously we'd just play one big sound if a unit was firing, we now generate a sound per soldier shooting. This is a really important change. This is a really important shooting. This is a really important change. Punchy. Whereas previously we'd just play one big sound if a unit was firing, we sound per soldier shooting. This is a can make optimization tricky. We've also updated the musket trees as well are now a deeper green. Many graphical options have been added as well, and this has allowed green. Many graphical options have been added as well. Many graphical options have been added as well, and this has allowed us to get the game running smoothly on most lower-end systems. Deeper green. Many graphical options have been added. Many graphical options have been added as Many graphical options have been added as well, and this has allowed has also been adjusted to give the game less of a yellow tint. Been adjusted. Post-processing and color correction has also been adjusted to give the game less of a yellow tint. Trees as well are now a deeper green. Are now a deeper green. Many graphical options have been added as well, and this has allowed us to get the game running smoothly on most lower-end systems, which was an important goal of mine. While the graphics are simple, there are a lot of unit models we're loading into the battles, which can make optimization tricky. We've also updated the musket sounds to be a lot more natural and punchy. Whereas previously we'd just play one big sound if a unit was firing, we now generate a sound per soldier shooting. This is a really important change, because we recently changed volley fire, so that you aren't waiting on one soldier to reach a position before the rest of the line can fire. So that you aren't waiting on one soldier to reach a position before the rest of the line can fire. As long as around 80% of your regiment is ready to shoot, they will fire and won't be held up by one guy reloading. You can also turn off volley fire if you'd like your men to fire at will. And while we're watching these, turn off volley fire if you'd like your men to fire at will. And while we're watching these men fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty ammunition which is now working, like Buckshot rounds. And while we're watching these men fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty ammunition which is now working, like Buckshot rounds.
Wow, my microphone's been out this whole time. That's why you guys were saying I was focusing. I was talking the whole damn time. Thank you, Not So Simple. Thank you so much, man. Hasn't spoken in 5 minutes. Wow. Did everybody leave? Oh, man. Oh, man. Everyone must have left me. Let me go see. You guys, I can't check how many people are even watching it. Not that it matters, but I hope I didn't bore people so much that everybody left. Seems like you guys have been entertaining yourselves, though. Everybody here has been talking to each other. I can't see what my stream gets. That's weird. Oh, 87 viewers. We actually have a lot of people watching. There's a ton of people watching. Well, anyways, I was saying it was... Okay, here's what I pretty much said, is that I thought it was so cool that we got this shot. This is really the only thing you guys missed. I thought it was so cool we got this shot that the troops are, like, walking up here and firing and exchanging volleys and cannonballs are coming in, and it's so cool. I really love that. By the way, I'd like to brag briefly. I did lose 10 people from muting. I did see that. I lost 10 people. Oh, well, that is what it is. I'd like to brag that I did the death sounds, and they're really cheesy, but take a listen.
And while we're watching...
Not that part, hold on.
One guy reloading. You can also turn off volley fire.
Almost, hold on. Let me find some people dying. There they are.
Position before the rest of the line can... to reach a position before the rest of the line can...
Ah, it's really hard to... There's one. Do you hear the little guys going, ah, ah, in the background? All right, and then we are going to do Buckshot. Let's show Russians with Buckshot. I think that's very fitting, isn't it? AI is on as well. All right, let's jump in. No Wilhelm scream, yeah. I don't like when people put in Wilhelm screams. I don't really like it. I think it's just so overused that it just becomes annoying. Like if I heard that every battle there's a Wilhelm scream at some point happening, then I don't know. What else did I mention while I was fucking gone? The armchair schizophrenic. Oh gosh, guys, when I was muted. Oh, I was asking you guys were talking about the American Revolution. What do you guys think happened with the American Revolution game? Because I thought that was like going to be a big competitor to this game, and that maybe it would even take away excitement about this game because people would have that. But it really seemed like a lot went wrong, and I was looking forward to it. I bought the game, and I'm really unsure what happened. You said it was abandoned, but what exactly, like, even if it weren't abandoned, what did they need to fix? Like, what's wrong about the game? Like, what did you guys not like about it? Because saying abandoned, if you finish a game and you don't update it, that's not abandoning it. But if you don't finish the game and it's not working, that would be considered more abandoned, right? Oh, crap, I accidentally deleted them. It was buggy and unfinished. What was buggy about it exactly? They promised DLC and post. Yeah, the one thing I find that's odd is when I bought into that game, I bought the special edition, which promised the first DLC, and then they never released a DLC. So I kind of got scammed because they're selling a season pass right now. They're still for sale, where all you get is the next DLC, but there will be no next DLC. So it is actually a scam because you're pre-ordering a product that will never release. So I'm surprised they haven't taken that part down. And that part is not good. So let's give a chance for the enemy to move up to us. Schrodinger's DLC, yeah. They've got to finish reloading. They're taking so damn long. Uh-oh. Oh, man, this is not good. Oh, man, I'm getting torn apart. I'm gonna have to retreat these guys away and stop these dudes. And then record this. Man, those fucking Fusiliers are kicking my ass right now. Damn, the Buckshot wasn't even that effective because I'm firing at like max range. Yeah, that's real annoying. I guess I have to go into that battle again with the AI turned off. I don't know why I thought I would put the AI on. The AI is just like flanking me, concentrating cannon fire, and like, yeah, no. Let's go do that with the AI turned off. Would you be willing to make a DLC for the American Revolution of this game? I don't know. I'm not really sure what DLC comes in this game. What, like, I personally love the American Civil War and the American Revolution. I really like those, but I think if I were to make anything American, people would expect the French and Indian War. So I think we'd have to do that first, even if I'm not that interested in it, because it'd be the same nations with just some Indian troops and more forests. And I mean, that's diminishing it, but like, it wouldn't be a new faction or not something big. And I would much prefer the American Revolution personally, but I know the French and Indian War would have to probably take priority if the game is set in the 7 Years' War. So I think we would have to add Fog of War, yeah. If you're doing French and Indian War, you gotta add Fog of War. I feel like that would have to be like, the Fog of War would be a free mechanical update that launches with the French and Indian War as a DLC if we did that. But I know I would love, and we would have to add archers and stuff too. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like the game restarted about halfway through. Griffin, in that game, the outcome of your battles rarely made a strategic impact. Things just kept happening. Interesting. Okay. You have to add more ambushing and guerrilla mechanics. Yeah, French and Indian War sounds a little hard to pull off, to be honest. I feel like American Revolution might be a little easier. You did say the game was based on conflicts in the 1700s, so you can just make North America as its own thing and the base game free? No, I'm not making the base game free. And then we're gonna rush forward. And then we're going to buckshot them. Awesome. That worked perfectly. There we go. So I can chop that up a bit. What's the difference between buckshot and regular? Buckshot, you've got way worse range, but you can inflict a ton of casualties if you go point blank. That was unimpressive, really? That I got almost 100 kills in a single shot? That decimated the entire regiment. Thing is, if you make that... this is a vanilla unit with no items, no veterancy, no officer skill. If you add in... This unit only has 50 accuracy. So if this guy had a better officer, a little bit of veterancy, a slightly upgraded weapon, a couple items, you could probably get like 160 kills in this shot. You really... It's so crucial. It is so absolutely crucial that you don't overcorrect and go, well, that was disappointing. Let's double the damage early on to make it more satisfying. And then you get to the end game and you add on all these items and you either obliterate a regiment Or the damage is the same, but then you're confused. You're like, I upgraded all these items. How come they're not doing anything? So that progression has really got to be felt. Otherwise, it's going to feel very underwhelming, which might mean that the early game is slightly underwhelming, but that's okay. It's like you're in an RPG game and you're the knight with a wooden sword. Like that's how you kind of start out, and you have to upgrade. And so that initial buckshot, you're like, 80 kills, that's decent. It's not too much. But then you upgrade these guys and you make them faster, make them reload faster, get them a better officer, get them some veterancy, improve their accuracy. And suddenly now they're killing 160 guys with their buckshot. And then it starts to become very impressive.
At will. And while we're watching these men fire,
we don't even need this contrast boost. Like, the base game probably looks good. Well, a little bit of contrast is nice. We're adding too much, though. I'd only add, like, 10. Yeah.
and while we're watching these men fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty ammunition which is now working, like buckshot rounds. Look how devastating.
For the devlog, to make it, I could make it for the devlog more impressive. I know what you're saying. I didn't think it was that bad. It did decimate their regiment. I didn't think it was horrible.
I think this has helped battles feel a lot grander and more dynamic. You may have also noticed we updated the look of the spawn zones instead of just using a plain white line.
Personally, I wouldn't modify the contrast at all. It'd be better to be unedited. I kind of agree with that because we already made the contrast adjustment in Unity. So look, it's got plenty of contrast now, and it looks normal. So I do agree that we probably don't need it. This part needs it because the morning fog was making it washed out, and I didn't want to have to wait till a later time of day, so I just corrected it, and that's fine.
And while we're watching these men fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty ammunition which is now working, like the ammunition which is now working, like buckshot rounds. Look how devastating that is at close range. For the
I had the sound muted. I think what we have to do, guys, unfortunately, is I'm gonna have to take the suggestion where if we want to make it more impressive, we should give them better buckshot and upgrades. If we want to get them like 100 kills. So, plus I need the sound effects on. So we're going to add all items and give these dudes the golden buckshot. I'm excited to almost be done with making devlogs. That I get to just focus on finishing the game soon, which is really cool. We'll give them an accuracy buff, and then add a little bit of veterancy. I can make them grenadiers. Now my accuracy is 56. Let's give them a slightly better gun. There we go. Now they're ready to kick ass. Would this game be around 25 pounds? Would you consider doing a supporter edition? I don't know. That's a good question, Caustic. I think it'll be $30 US, which will be about 25 British pounds. But it'll have a day one sale, so it may actually be cheaper than 25 pounds. Maybe, for a supporter edition, what do you guys think we could do for a supporter edition that we wouldn't get in trouble with people saying, oh, day one DLC, scammers, scam devs? Because I know that comment would happen, and I don't want that comment. And I'm wondering what we would do. Like, maybe instead of a supporter edition, we just sell the soundtrack on the day of release, and maybe that's a way people can chip in. We have a lot of concept art, a lot of funny concept art, actually. Of like really old stuff, which would actually be kind of cool to see how the game's progressed. But wasn't it $20 initially? The price I told people was that it would be between $20 and $30, depending on how replayable and good the game came out. And I have playtesters who have dumped 200 hours into the game in like a month, and I figure I'm okay with that price if people are getting that much enjoyment out of the game. So, and it's gonna have a big sale. It's gonna have a big day one sale. So I think people will be all right with that. There we go. I had to mute the mic because I'm recording. That looked a lot more devastating, wasn't it? Do you see now with the upgrades how much more devastating that Buckshot was? 150 kills, just annihilated the unit. So I'm glad we re-recorded that. What else are people saying? $30 is cheap. There's no other historical war game coming this year. I don't honestly, Ipa, I seriously suspect, I really seriously suspect that the game's gonna be priced at $30, and that people are going to leave negative reviews, because they're gonna say this is ridiculous. This game looks like it came out in 2008, and they should never have charged this much. I really do suspect that people will leave reviews like that. So I could not dare charge any. Like, I already feel uncomfortable about charging $30, which is why we're gonna have the big sale. And I know you guys are fans because you're watching the live stream, but for casuals, I think people will come into this game thinking I'm the guy who scammed everybody, I'm the guy who ruined Fire Maneuver and so on, and that how dare I charge this much? This game should have been free or something. I know that there's going to be some kind of entitlement like that, and I don't want to get my game review bombed. So I think $30 is fine, as long as there's a good sale. I know some of you would pay more than $30, but I think $29.99 with a day one sale that brings it down to about $25 is very fair. I think, and that sale will go on for like a couple weeks. So if you go higher than that, I really do think that people are going to be even more upset about it, and that I don't think the game is worth more than 30. I think 30 is very fair, and the only reason I wouldn't go 25 for the base price is because I think historical games kind of have like an implicit tax. You know, there are a lot of historical games that are $45. Like Grand Tactician Civil War is $45. Ultimate General American Revolution was like $50. Gary Grisby's War in the East is $80. I think a lot of historical games price in the 40s or 50s range because not many people make historical games, so it's kind of a supply and demand thing. That being said, I don't want to do that. That would frankly be overpricing the game and be unfair for this type of game. I'm not criticizing the other developers if that's what they chose to do, but for this type of game, it just wouldn't make sense. And so I'm very happy with $30 and a big sale to bring it back down to around 25. And I would feel comfortable pricing it like that. With the amount of hours people have put in, I think that's totally fair. If people were putting in 10 hours and going, it's, you know, I play it once and I'm done with it, which some people will, but if most people were saying that, then I would not be inclined to charge that much. But because some people have gotten so many hours out of it and the game's not even done yet, it does make me more confident in being able to charge more.
Which is now working like buckshot rounds. Look how devastating that is at close range.
So we want to put this here, delete that, delete this, put that there.
Fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty.
You know what I was thinking of doing as a joke, OH? Is I was going to do, this is just too petty, so I would never do this, but I was thinking of making a Blood Pack DLC and making it $0 as kind of a joke against Creative Assembly that we sell our blood for free. But we just put it in the game as part of the base game. There's just blood in the base game. I'm not going to do a free DLC for that. I think that's too petty, but it would be funny, right?
Men fire. I'd like to show you the new specialty ammunition, which is now working, like Buckshot rounds. Like Buckshot rounds. Look how shot rounds. Look how devastating that is at close range. Shot rounds. Look how devastating that is at close range. For those of you who watched the
listening to the same voice lines over and over again, that's hilarious. Yeah, I know. When you first start editing, you have to listen to your voice over and over again. It gets annoying, but I'm so used to it. It doesn't bother me at all. This is just how I edit, too. I just want to keep hearing it and hearing it, so I get the timing to be exactly right. Look how devastating that is at close range. Look how devastating that is at close... Master Command, devastating at close range. Yeah. Yeah.
Buckshot rounds. Look how devastating that is at close range. For those
That's perfect. The timing's perfect there.
of you who watched the live stream playthroughs, one thing I felt was an issue was the map size. So a change we've made recently has been to utilize the largest versions of
Where do I talk about the deployment zones,
of your
by the way?
regiment is
Hold on.
ready to shoot. They will fire and won't be held up by one guy reloading. You can also turn off volley fire if you'd like your men to fire at will.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, this is fine. Is there a way I could, like, better pan across this? That's good. I would love to see the sequel based on the Wars of the Seven Coalitions against France. Yeah, man, I don't know which way to expand after this. I'm not sure what I want to do. I think it's okay not to know, though. I think it's good to just keep everything flexible, finish the game, do a good job on it, take a little break, see what people liked and didn't like, and then do whatever's next. I think that's what I want to do.
For those of you who watched the live stream playthroughs, one thing I felt was an issue was the map size. Was the map size. So a change we've made recently has been to utilize the largest versions of each map, but to randomize the spawn positions on these maps to make each battle feel unique, instead of cropping down the map entirely to those randomized spawn zones. I think this has helped battles feel a lot grander and more dynamic.
So as I say that, we will just show... You know what? That line could just be cut.
You may have also noticed we have...
Yeah, this is good. Let's go in as Britain for fun. No idea what it would take for MOC to go full 3D. Ipa... Oh, man. You gotta give me some other name. What's it called? 3D... The next game will definitely be fully 3D. Epi. I'll call it Epi is good. Do you like Epi? But yeah, the next game will definitely be fully 3D because there's so little that's actually stopping us from making this fully 3D. The only thing... Look, here, I'll show you. Do you guys want to see me break it? If I go and take the camera and remove the restrictions, let me show you what's stopping it from being 3D. If you do this and that and this and that and this here. So look, you can do that. This is fully top down. Here's the issue with top down. Oh my, are you kidding me? Did it really break my... That's a shame. I was just... Oh, damn. Oh no, I got it to work again. That's good. Hold on. I fixed it, don't worry. There we go. So you can go fully top down. It's just, look at the hills. They're a little weird. Look at the trees. They're like paper cutouts like that. And so the trees would need to be just made 3D. So would the bridges. The buildings are okay, but we didn't do the back sides of them. So if I show you the back side of a building, you can see that. So if we just finished, if we had the budget to make proper 3D models of the buildings and trees, there's no reason why the next game, look, I'm already playing on a side angle like this. Look at that. The 3D models work perfectly. And then even look at this, I can do that too. We just need the trees and the buildings to be 3D, and you can do that. I will, one thing I was thinking about, let me know if you guys want this. For launch, I might put in a setting where you can toggle off camera restrictions and let players go down like this far and zoom in this much if you want to. If there was like one particular screenshot you want to get. For example, if you wanted to like be right behind the Highlanders like this, you could get a nice little screenshot like that. I think this would be kind of cool to be able to zoom in close as a option, as a toggle that you could do. So, yeah. Battle replays. I don't think we'll do replays, but that is a cool idea. I don't think we'll do that now just because we don't have time. If you had unlimited time and money, would be the dream game to make? Remind me to do that, because I don't have time to answer that question just yet. But remind me. There we go. I'm just taking some B-roll. What I would make, I would do... there are two games that I want to make before I retire. And the first one is the original project name was called Free Company. And it's just, I think the very gist of it, to give you the shortest explanation, is a Mount & Blade style campaign set in like the 1700s, maybe early 1700s. Or it could be mid 1700s and then end in the Napoleonic Wars, by the way. But the... and that would be cool to see the revolution happen, and then the war starts randomly in a different part of Europe each time, or maybe you could play on historical mode. I don't know. But it would have North America and Europe and India, and you can go anywhere you want. You're just one army, one character, like in Mount & Blade. You could rise up and become like a lord and take over a small principality or something, or maybe you can start as a higher lord, or you could be kind of a mercenary captain, even though those were kind of outdated at the time. Maybe you go and you're one of the last mercenary captains. You can kind of create your own backstory. And there are mercenary style forces, like the age of piracy, the golden age of piracy, ends around the early 1700s, so it's still roughly relevant depending on the region of the world that you're in. But I'd love to be able to go to towns and do contracts and or work for a lord or have my army rented out or something like that. And it's open world and you can just do anything you want. And that's something that I would want to do. And then the other idea that I want to do before retiring is I want a full global map, like a Paradox style map that's in the Victorian world, where it's you play as a country, you can manage all your armies, you still can do the customization, but now you've got all these different armies, you're purely in a leadership position, and the game starts in like maybe the game starts in like 1861. So you start right at the beginning of the American Civil War. You could jump straight in as the Confederacy, try to win it, for example. And then now you create like a Gulf of Mexico empire, and you build all your armies, you build buildings, and you have the style of our battles, but with like a real-time paradox campaign. Or you jump in as Prussia and you unify Germany. And then the game has like an end game where as you get better technology, a World War I style scenario is procedurally generated where maybe an assassination event happens or border disputes happen, and it can create tension and a crisis similar to Victoria 2, and that creates like a global war that's unique to your playthrough, and that kind of is the big bang that ends the playthrough, and then everybody's score is added up at the end, and that's how that. And so that would be like 1861 to 1918. And then the free company idea would be like, maybe the free company idea would be like it could be like 1763 to 1815. So it'd be like in the aftermath of the 7 Years' War. The idea of that game would be like Gerbert von Blücher, the man who defeated Napoleon in Waterloo. His career actually started as like a captain in the 7 Years' War as a Swede, and then joined the Prussians and then rose up the ranks. And so maybe his life is kind of the model for that free company thing where the game would end or start in 1763. So you're kind of like a captain in the aftermath of the 7 Years' War. All the countries are at peace, and then anything could happen at that point. Countries could go to war or make peace or build up or do whatever, and you get kind of a dynamic procedural revolution or something. So those are kind of the two dream games I would like to make. And I don't know which one I want to tackle first. It'd probably be the free company style game to do first because I have more infrastructure to do that. It's also a smaller part of the world, and I already have this idea of moving an army around, and you're one army and you manage your camp, and that's more in line with what the foundations we've laid. I think the idea of the Victorian one would be we'd have to create all new foundations for like a grand strategy system, and I would like to finish that game before I'm 35, and I would like to retire probably from making games when I'm 40, and I'm 26 right now, and I want to make those two games before I retire. And I also want to just make games in my 30s. And before I turn 30, I want to be done with YouTube and be done with maybe done with my website. I don't know. Maybe I'll continue it. And just focus on making really cool games that are built off of this foundation and having kids. Those are like my two life goals. They're equal to each other. So I want to do like family stuff, and I want to do really cool games, strategy games like this, and just keep building off of this. And also, I want to keep my team as long as I can, and I make them really happy, and give them good rewards, give them percentages, and have a really small team, and never get too big, and not be a business guy, but be like, just stay creative, stay making just fun games. Anyways, that is my plan, my life plan. Okay, where are we? We are here. I need to save. You need a lot more devs. I don't know, Hamburger Man. Maybe I only need a couple more. I think we could do it. We built this game with 3 people in like a year and a half. We built the whole battle system. And if the battle system's already made, and then let's say we do a Napoleonic follow-up and polish that battle system and get it to be 3D, then those other game ideas I mentioned just need campaigns. And then we just need like 1 or 2 more developers, and we could probably do that. So, by the way, when I say like a Paradox style game or a Mountain Blade style game, it doesn't mean lift all their features. Like the Mountain Blade style game, Mountain Blade simulates every trade good moving around the map in real time. I don't need to do that. I personally don't get much value from the gameplay of that. That doesn't mean there can't be convoys moving around, but I don't need to spend a year creating a real-life simulation of an economy that you're never even going to interact with in a meaningful way. It's just background noise. I don't like that. And then similarly, Paradox is going that route too, where you play a game like Victoria 3, and the whole game is like simulating furniture and detailed trade goods moving around. I don't really want that either. Like, I want to go in, lead my empire, be a commander, move my armies around, build a couple buildings, and just have fun. So the way I envision those games isn't shallow, but it isn't like, I kind of feel like a lot of strategy games are falling in this trap where they're being made as a simulation to look cool, but they're not fun to play with. And when I was a kid, you could have like Empire Total War is still a fun game to play with. They don't simulate trade in a really detailed way. That game is so shallow in those ways, but that game's just fun. It just prioritizes having fun. I get to build up my armies, move around, and the shortcoming of that game is not that it's not the developers didn't spend an extra year simulating the exact intricacies of furniture production. That's not the shortcoming of that game. The shortcoming of Empire Total War is that the AI isn't very good, and that there aren't enough regions to play with, and that there's just not enough there's no end game in sight. Like, if you just built up the content on that game, added more units, added more things to do, improve the AI, polish it, that game's like a perfect game. You don't need to add, we need to hire 5 mathematicians to create a detailed simulation of economic goods moving across the Rhineland. I don't need that. Like, there are games for that, and there are games that people like to do that. But I don't want to make that type of game. That's not my interest. So, yeah. Anyways, But yeah, all of these games will be made incrementally. So, like I said, I'm 26 now. I plan to retire by 40, so I've got 15 years to make all these games. And really, the only games those dream games are really only 2 of them. And I made this game in 2 years. So if I've got 15 to 20 years left, I can definitely do it. I think I can definitely do that. As long as I get the ball rolling, I think the only thing that can stop me is if this game comes out and I make nothing from it, and I don't break even, and I gotta kind of reassess my plan. So, but yeah. By the way, when I say retire, that doesn't mean you're done working. Retire means you're set up. You don't have to work. Like right now, I work every day of the week. It's Saturday right now, and I don't get the day off, and I work till 11 p.m. And I'm not doing that when I'm 40. I'm just not. I don't care if that's a privileged position to be in or whatever. If I had to cut my living expenses, I'm not working on weekends till 11 p.m. and ignoring my family. I'm just not doing that. So when I say retire, I mean have a reasonable work-life balance where maybe I'm just working half days each day of the week, and I've done enough to set up a foundation to have a good future. So that's my plan. And we'll see if I make it there. I'm not saying I'm not being cocky or whatever. I'm just saying that's what I'm aiming for. And if I aim too high and I don't hit it, then that's okay. So
to those randomized spawn zones. You may have also noticed we updated the look of the spawn zones instead of just using a plain white line. More smoke has also been added.
I think what I'll do here is show the blue spawn. Sorry, I'm getting so sidetracked by these questions. I hope they're not annoying. Is that annoying to you guys? Does it sound like I'm being arrogant? I don't mean to come across that way, so sorry in that case. I'm gonna get back to editing. It's difficult when you're streaming by yourself. This is just like an inner monologue you guys are hearing. It's like I'm not talking to anyone in person, so I can't see faces or hear dialogue back. I'm just talking myself. So it's very easy for me to just start taking my thoughts in my head and just speaking them out loud, and I just will ramble on. So that's difficult to, Okay.
Feel unique instead of cropping down the map entirely to those randomized spawn zones.
I say spawn zones 2 times in a row here, and that's a problem.
To those randomized spawn zones. You may have also noticed we updated the look of the spawn zones in
yeah, we got to change that.
To make each battle feel unique instead of cropping down the map entirely to.
I wish I could stop it there.
Cropping down the map entirely.
But I can't. Hold on.
Entirely. You may have also noticed we
I think I'm gonna have to say spawn zones twice. That's okay. You sound AI. Thank you, not so simple. Maybe I should talk more naturally, but I like using this voice because it's just easy to understand. It's easy to understand in this type of video, so I don't know.
To make each battle feel unique, instead of cropping down the map entirely to those randomized spawn zones. You may have also...
Sorry I keep replaying the same thing over and over again. I'm just trying to get it to be right.
Zones. You may have also noticed we updated the look of the spawn zones in spawn zones. God damn it! Shut up. Instead of
what is your natural? The natural voice is what I'm talking now. But the way I read a script, instead of saying, like I could say, for those of you who have watched the live stream playthroughs, one thing I felt was an issue was the map size. So a change we've made recently has been to utilize large versions of each map, but to randomize spawn positions on these maps to make each battle feel unique. That would be more natural, but I normally would say, in the narration voice, I would say, for those of you who have watched the live stream playthroughs, one thing I felt was an issue was the map size. So a change we've made recently has been to utilize the largest versions of each map, but to randomize the spawn zones on these maps to make each battle feel unique. That's my narrator voice, but I don't know. I like to talk like that for my videos. It just is a nice little, yeah. Spawn zones.
The look of the spawn zones in spawn zones. Randomized spawn zones. You may have also noticed we updated the look of the spawn zones instead of just using a.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Here, I'm gonna mute this because I'm gonna mute it for a sec because I have to listen to it over and over again. There we go. Now you can hear it again.
instead of just using a plain white line. More smoke has also been added.
Where the hell are we? What the hell? What the hell? Shit. Right here, right? Yeah.
More smoke has...
I need to be able to do a top-down view. By the way, something that's really cool, there's 110 people watching. Thank you guys so much for... I used to do these streams, by the way. I used to do these devlog streams a year ago, and I would have 15 people watching. And of the 15 people watching, they'd be coming in and out so frequently that no one was actually there talking. And I would be talking to myself, and I'd feel kind of bad, and I would just end the stream. So it's so cool that... I don't need 100 people here or anything, but it's just cool that you guys are here. Thank you. It is very... I read what you guys are saying, even if I don't get to respond to everything. If I respond to everything, I wouldn't get any of my work done. So I do respond, or I do read what you guys are saying, but I just wanted to say thank you. It's cool to have some company, that's all. In an otherwise somewhat lonely work day. There we go. I feel like that's not that much smoke. Let me fast forward to get some more smoke coming. I think it's because I put smoke on low. No, it's still building up. I'm gonna fire a couple more times. And let that smoke build up a bit. Yeah, this is now better. Now there's a little bit of smoke drifting. Like that. There. There we are.
A plain white line.
You've helped me a lot over the years. I've struggled with addiction a lot, and I could always escape into history. What you do, I actually got myself together. I went to uni. Wow, that's very nice, Caustic. That's very, that's good to hear you're doing good, and I'm happy that I could help. What are you studying in university? You're studying history. It better be history. If it's not history, man, I think we've got a problem. A master in history. Get a master degree. And then play Master of Command while getting your master's degree. Majoring in command. I'm majoring in command. I'm going for a master's in command. I've since fallen off the wagon again, but I'll dust myself off and get going again. Yeah, it's all right, man. Everybody slips up now and again. As long as you recognize that, I think that's an important thing. Just got to listen to more videos. I got to take more medicine in my the videos.
More smoke has also been added and has been optimized. We also have included multiple smoke settings in case you want more or less. Shifting gears to improvements in the campaign. I've included multiple smoke settings in case you want more or less. Shifting gears settings in case you want more or less. Shifting gears to improvements in the campaign and scenarios, we've finished the Rise of Frederick battles, so now you've gotten in.
Let's go record the Rise of Frederick. So we're going to show a little bit of the Rise of Frederick. What cutscene do I like most? I think this one's the best one for the, hold on.
Ich bin Friedrich, König in Preußen. Als ich die Thronfolge antrat, waren wir ein Kleinstaat. Respektiert, aber niemals gefürchtet. Meine erste Schlacht, Moll.
I've just got to mute. Give me 1 sec. I'm taking a recording here. Actually, you know, I don't need the audio anymore, so we're okay. There we go.
The campaign playthrough.
Yeah, I will add loading, or I will add gameplay tips. I've got to write 200 of them, so it's just been taking me a little while.
Do improvements in the campaign and scenarios. We've finished We've finished the Rise of Frederick battles, so now you've got an introduction of 4 battles to play through to get a hold of the game's mechanics. I've spent a lot of time modeling the regiments accurately. So that the units are named properly and carry the correct regimental flags, as well as have the correct facings. The tutorial is also nearly completed, and we're now working on localizing the game into Chinese, Russian, French, German, and Spanish. More languages will be added later, but we don't want to overextend ourselves too much right now. Starting a new campaign.
Perfect, and it just ends right there. Nice. It sounds like you're interpreting what he's saying. Yeah, with the audio in the background.
We've finished.
I appreciate the crews making a historical strategy game that isn't just an Excel spreadsheet with fun graphics. Cyrus, dude, I feel similarly that I have been playing a lot of. I'll also say I don't want to say anything rude to any other developer. I've been invited to play other historical strategy games. I've played them by big companies and small companies, and historical ones especially. And I won't say any names or any particular games, but there's some coming out, or some that I've played, that you play them and they're just, I can't convince myself to sit there for 4 hours and read the spreadsheets. I'm just not, there is something that's visceral and fun about just seeing the troops march forward and lower their muskets, and that doesn't mean, the other thing I don't like is when games sometimes, like old school RTS games sometimes would prioritize that to such an extent that a squad of infantry would walk up, they'd all use the same animation, they all fire. If they're shooting a musket, they just rapid fire them, and they all just fight to the death, and there's no morale system, there's no formations, it's just, the focus is on it being RTS, and that's it. So either you get the cool visceral battles, or you get spreadsheets. But why can't there be like a detailed battle that's more methodical and has actual effort put into the values of how the troops fight and their stats and things like that, and historical formations? But you don't have to read any spreadsheets for it, but it's also not just eye candy. And I prefer those kind of games that are more in the middle. I don't really enjoy. That's just me. I know a lot of people do enjoy those games, but I don't like the spreadsheet games. I don't mind like good stat sheets. I don't mind looking at skill trees. I do have fun planning strategically my skill trees and everything, but I want to get in and I want to like feel like I'm there on the battlefield. I think that's more. Total War was the middle ground. I do agree with that. I think IPA, the Total War games like Empire Total War was not too complex on the campaign level. You could turn off your brain and just play. And you just have fun set-piece battles. The issue with those games is just the AI would really break down, and that was very immersion-breaking. And also, there's just no attachment. In like Empire Total War, every unit is copy and paste. You don't see their names. You can raise 3 stacks instantly. If they die, who cares? So that kind of challenge... There was no like stakes. I think that was the issue. So there's no stakes. There's no challenge. And so the spectacle's nice, but there's nothing really like pushing against me. So that's what we try to do with this game, is try to make it immersive and fun, visceral, but also get you that challenge. And if you don't think the challenge is big enough, you can use these modifiers and just stack on and make the game really tough and fight these uphill battles where every guy is fighting to his last, and you've really got to try to use superior strategy to win those battles. And if you lose, it's game over. And I think that tension is fun. So, yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and continue the devlog here.
The rise of localizing the game later, but we don't want to overextend ourselves.
Caustic, Medieval 2 siege battles were so much fun. That was like my favorite type of battle, Medieval 2, especially the triple-tiered sieges. And I hate sieges in most games. I had to install a mod to remove them from Empire and Napoleon Total War, but Medieval 2 sieges are just so damn fun. And I love putting the catapults all the way in the back of the street, and then funneling the enemy into the gate, and I put like one peasant there to bottleneck them, so they're all getting stuck on that one peasant unit, and then I put the flamethrower catapults on, and I just fly through, and it gets like 100 kills with each catapult just flying through the gate as they come in. That was so much fun. I really loved that. And the AI was good. They would like fall back if they were defending, and I really missed that. That was very fun. All right, where are we here?
Extend ourselves too much right now. Starting a new campaign now has colored text that informs you of each nation's strengths and weaknesses, while also informing you about each nation's army historically. We also added a challenge level for each of the compositions, so you know what's a good one to start with. All 70 of the game's achievements are also done and implemented, and we've gotten rid of the leveling up idea to gain renowned units and have replaced it with achievements. So now you have certain challenges you can work toward to unlock new units or army compositions. The campaign settings are also now done, so you're able to make the game easier or harder by customizing these modifiers. There are no hidden buffs or debuffs applied to the AI. Everything is visible, so you don't have to worry about any hidden AI cheats. The item pool for the campaign has also been updated, so we've effectively tripled the item variety in the game with the inclusion of good and excellent.
There we go. Sorry, I just had to kind of record what I was talking about, and then I'll chop it up. Getting to reuse ladders and battering rams to keep pushing. Yeah, it was fun, like strategically planning when to use your ladders and everything. I remember doing that too. I did a Russian run where I was just taking over cities and executing their whole population and moving on and letting the enemy recapture it. And I was only building buildings that increased my population because I wanted to see what would happen at the end of the game if all of Russia was like super heavily populated and the rest of Europe was like stuck in the Dark Ages with like 1,000 population per city. And I remember having a lot of fun like doing that, and just I would lose armies because I'd send them out in these death runs to just go take cities that were being undefended and execute everybody in them, just exterminate the populations. And then I'd lose the armies, and that was fine. But I was just sending waves of guys in, and eventually the AI was just losing so much population. You could use the charts at the end and compare population levels. And the population of all of Europe was so small, and Russia had this gigantic population. So I won the long game, and that was really cool to do. That game had great end games too. You could tell the developers really thought about it. You had the Mongols and the Timurid end games, and that's so smart that they did that. That's so good they put that in, and they stopped doing that in their other games, and there's really nothing to look forward to at the end. So sorry if that sounded sadistic. I just thought it was funny that that game models population so well, and I wanted to see what would happen if the rest of Europe ran out of population, and they let you do that. So.
Starting a new campaign now has colored text that informs you of each nation's strengths and weaknesses, while also informing you about each nation's army historically. We also added a challenge. Starting a new campaign now has colored text historically. We also added a challenge level for each of the compositions, so you know what's a good one to start with. Starting a new campaign now has colored text that informs you of each nation's strengths and weaknesses, while also informing you about each nation's army historically. We also added a challenge level for each of the compositions, so you know what's a good one to start with. All 70 of the game's All 70 of the game's achievements are also done and implemented, and we've gotten rid of the leveling up idea to gain renowned units and have replaced it with achievements. So now you have certain challenges you can work toward to unlock new units or army compositions. The campaign settings are also now done, so you're able to make the game easier or harder by customizing these modifiers. There are no hidden buffs or debuffs applied to the AI. Everything is visible, so you don't have to worry about any hidden AI cheats. The item pool for...
There we go. Now we talk about the item pool. What do we want to do? Let's go in and just visit a city and check it out. Let's go to a big city and find one that has lots and lots of items. Goodbye, Mr. Usernames. It was fun too because replenishment wasn't so infantilized, so you had to march back, and you would have you would have to use the manpower from the actual city. I did like that, yeah, because you could drain a population by replenishing too much, and it wasn't automatic. I did enjoy that. That's one thing we made sure with this game too. You actually have to manually replenish, and it takes a lot of time now. I've made it take even more time than it used to, so. Because I do like that. I like being at a disadvantage where your guys are still convalescing, so. What do I want to test? A city, right? I'm going to check out a city. Now, let's find the one that has the officer. There we go. Ah, that one's a little empty. Is there a city we can find that's... That one's good. That has a gunsmith in it. Powder house, staff house. I like that. It would be cool if I could show it in winter, but I think it's okay. Will Mini Griffin be in the game? He will not. The achievement thing is another thing I like a lot. As an in-game achievement, unlocking new tools to play with in future playthroughs should be how every achievement system works. Yeah, we made achievements super tied to your progression now, which is also cool because it's like a somewhat of an anti-pirating measure. It's not foolproof, but if you pirate the game, you can't really progress because it's all tied to Steam.
Hidden AI cheats. The item pool for the campaign has also... The item pool for the campaign has also been updated, so we've effectively tripled the item variety in the game with the inclusion of good and excellent variants of all items. This definitely makes the late game more interesting.
Okay, if I mention late game, let's go to a destroyed village or city. Yeah, let's go over to Region 3. and show the... Actually, you know what? Let's just go to winter. Where the hell's the headquarters? They're down there. Can we change the day? Or do we have to fast forward? It might be quicker... Oh well, we'll just fast forward. You don't know, we've got to go to the next region. Is it possible to have an entire line of just musicians? No, but you can equip musicians on your whole line. But you can't field only musicians. You could rename your regiments to musicians if you want to. And then give them music, instruments. But you can't just like recruit dedicated musician regiments. Alright, we've got to get to winter. You're patching tomorrow. It will break the saves, yeah. Oh, fuck, I ran out of food. No! I wasn't looking. Oh, man. Enemy name not found. Okay, hold on. I'll just reload my save. I just have to get to winter because I'm trying to show off the winter screen. Okay, so I added food. Who are we fighting? There's Austrians. Anybody else besides Austrians? Might be French. Maybe you should add some additional death quotes. Like army start. Yeah, I could. I don't want to worry about that right now. It's a good idea, but I don't... I'd be afraid to tell the developer to add that right now with the amount of other stuff on his plate. Okay, so here's winter, and then we'll go to a city. There we go. Beautiful. There we are.
When you find a really rare definitely makes the late game more interesting.
These are kind of cool.
Makes the late game more interesting when you find a really rare when you find a
what do we have to do? I think what we do is close this, split the frame,
game more interesting when you find a really rare
Ah, that sucks. Hold on. There we go. Now we extend the frame. And then fade it.
When you find a really rare, excellent riding saddle, or a marksman. Really rare, excellent riding saddle, or a marksman, for example. A few more officer skills were also added, as we felt there wasn't enough variety originally.
Where do I have a list of all my officer skills? Where the hell could I find a list of that? Maybe Nico's got them. Oh. Can we get a playthrough where you play all of the armies with their different 3 army playthroughs? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Hugs. But yeah, I want to check the officer art. So what we need to do is go into here. Art review. From Nico. In art review. And find those officer skills. The effects are outdated, so. Do I like sports? I'm okay with sports. I don't like to watch sports typically. I don't mind live sports because it can be just fun, but I don't really play any sports that well. I used to play a little soccer and golf. What else did I do? As a kid, I'd played basketball, hockey, and football, but I was bad at all 3 of those.
Riding saddle, or a marksman, for example. A few more officer skills. A few more officer. This definitely makes the late game more interesting when you find a really rare, excellent riding saddle, or a marksman, for example. A few more officer skills. A few more officer skills were also added, as we felt there wasn't enough variety originally. We've also gotten rid A few more officer skills were also added, as we felt there wasn't enough variety originally. We've also gotten rid of the active abilities that you need to press to activate.
What can we do? Damn, there's no officers there. Oh, as Prussia, we have a debuff to the amount of officers we can find. Let's switch over to Austria, because Austria can actually get more officer options. La-di-da-di, we like to party. Let's bring ourselves to Act 3. No, Act 2. Let's get to Act 2, and then we'll check what officers spawn. Dum-da-da-dum-dum-dum. We're going to change these act screens, because I feel like the black screen is a little bit boring. There is something nice about the simplicity of it, but, like, I guess my issue is, every time I show somebody this game for the first time, they just see the black screen, and I feel a little moment of embarrassment. It's like, the game has all this art. Like, I wish we just drew something nice for that, so I'm going to get something drawn to replace it. That's an issue. Damn, of course I hovered over the one that was broken. I mean, I'm glad I caught that. 1 second. Prudent was meant to replace... Damn, that's really annoying that I did that. When did I make that change? Okay, good. I found it. I just made a localization mistake. There we go. Is this supposed to have a space like that? I don't think so. And then, what else did I want to change? Oh, that's the long description. I think what I wanted to do is deliberate. Is supposed to be prudent. Yeah. Yeah, I want that to be prudent. And then I need to just take a video here. Somebody said, are there historical officers' names are generated? You can rename them. I don't think they're really historical, because the ones you start with are. Like, von Loudon is a famous general, and so is von Lacey. But you can rename these, so I could do, like, Griffin, von Johnson. And then you could change the uniforms and stuff, which is pretty cool. Okay, sorry.
Is that you need to press to activate.
I love how I started whistling and I looked over and someone tapped the emoji in the chat for the hearts. Like they're all like putting a bunch of hearts at my whistling.
Is that you need to press to activate.
All right, let's mute this here. There we go.
Bit of the active abilities that you need to press to activate, because this added a level of micromanagement that didn't feel like it fit in a historical game like this. There's already a lot to do when managing your troops in battle. From utilizing cover and elevation to altering firing methods in battle.
So I say cover, firing methods.
From utilizing cover and elevation to altering firing methods, drawing dynamic formations that affect movement speed and morale.
Okay, so we'll go in and we'll do a few of the things that I'm mentioning. Caustic, you can, there's a trait that you can get for an officer called Loud, and it increases his command radius but demoralizes his men. Actually, I think it attracts enemy fire. So you can, if you get a Loud general, you can rename them after your mother if you want. I gotta play the Doors solo, man. The Light My Fire solo. I just gotta hear it. It's gonna copyright strike my video here, but I think that's alright. I don't really mind. You know what? It's fine if this gets copyright struck because I'm gonna put out the devlog later, so if people wanted to see the content of this stream, you'll be able to see it when the devlog's done. So you guys are getting a limited edition stream that will probably get copyright struck and taken down because I want to listen to music, and that's fine, so... See, the beginning of the song isn't that impressive. I mean, it's good, but you gotta wait for the solo. This part here, ready? So we want to use cover, firing methods, and formations. Yeah, the stream is gonna get nuked because of this, but you gotta listen to it.
Troops in battle. From utilizing cover and elevation. And managing your troops in battle. From utilizing cover and elevation to altering firing methods, drawing dynamic formations that affect movement speed and morale, and positioning your divisional officers to provide morale buffs evenly across your front. There's also now a 3-act structure.
Cool, I think I got the footage for that pretty good.
Now a 3-act structure built into the campaign system. Each act has its own briefing and theme. Each act has its own briefing and theme. The first act is
Alright, we want to show the first act briefings. Let's jump on in.
the starter region, where battles are easier and you're meant to focus on forming up your army. The second act.
Alright, we just have to show what the first act looks like. Break on through to the other side, that's a good song. Look at the, I love the little rooster. Alright, that's it. I just wanted that solo. That solo was stuck in my head. I had to hear it. Okay. Here we
to
are.
provide morale buffs evenly across your front. There's also now a 3-act.
So we want to show the 3-act structure.
Across your front. There's also now a 3-act structure built into the campaign system. Each act has its own briefing and theme. The first act is the starter region, where battles are easier, and you're meant to focus on forming up your army. The second act...
Can you do this more often? I never know how fun it was to play Victoria 2 and watch listen to my favorite YouTuber jam out to the Doors on stream. Yeah. Well, I started playing the Doors and immediately I lost like 15 people. So we won't be playing any more music, but it's not a huge deal. I don't think anybody was offended by the music. I think they thought the stream's getting a little bit long and now I'm just jamming, so it's a good time to head out. But yeah, generally I don't want to play music only because it could result in the stream getting taken down. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish I could just play music and just have a little stream and hang out. So, but it is not to be. Let's copy our effects.
The second act is themed around a harsh winter and really needing to focus on getting your logistics in order.
Yeah, I would love to listen to like a Jimi Hendrix guitar. So I don't mind some nice, just psychedelic or just regular classic rock guitar solos, and I do enjoy that now and then.
My favorite addition is the new Act 3 themed around a harsh winter and really needing to focus on getting your logistics in order. And my favorite addition is the new Act 3 theme, which is...
Now we're showing off the Scorched Earth. Black Sabbath is good too, yeah. Move speed in column, that's wrong. This has been changed. In fact, did I update the localization? That's interesting. Yeah, this was changed. This was changed. And so what this does now it's just a move speed modifier for infantry by 15%. Okay. And we're going to skip that for now. Are you confident that the game will do well? Because you haven't seemed too confident in past streams. Really, Jack? Did I not seem confident? What did I say that was not? I don't think I've been being a downer about it. If you should provide a specific example. Shifting gears to campaign, that's correct. There's now 3-act structure, Scorched Earth. So all I need to show here is basically go in to the Rhine and just show the whole thing off. We'll just like walk around and then use some of the, check out the art. I need to add more to my camp because this looks really unimpressive for the end game. Damn, what is... Oh, maybe it's French field artillery? There we go. Almost there. There we go. That looks like a full camp, right? And then, hold on. Let's do this. He's okay. There we go. That's a full camp. Jack, when people ask... Jack says, when people asked if you would add certain additions to the game, you said you would do it if the game did well, before going on to talk how most Steam games don't do well. Well, I think that's realistic. I still stand by that. I don't think that's a negative thing to say. I think it's realistic because... I had a sort of naive impression. I never thought, even with Fire Maneuver, that all games succeeded or anything like that, but I think there was some naivety where if something sounded cool, we would just try to put it in, and you'd keep repeatedly doing that, and from the outside, you know, if you're making devlogs and interacting with the community, of course you need to just keep adding stuff. If you're not adding things and constantly listening to what the community says, and doing those things, then you're doing the collaborative sort of development wrong with showing people your development logs. But I think I wanted to be pretty stern to let people know that it's rare for games to succeed, it's rare for games to do well, and that it's not fun and easy. And not that people say that, but when people repeatedly ask for lots of things to be added, I can say, well, I just don't have time right now. And to them, they go, well, maybe you'll have time next month, or how about next week, or I'll ask you again next month. But if you tell them, look, most games don't do well. Most games cost a lot of money. Most games result in studio failure. Only 1% of games are going to be massively profitable on Steam. If people know that context, and they know how difficult it is and how risky it is, and they really understand it is not something that... It looks fun. Games are meant to be fun, to be played and make you less stressed out. But in order to create them, they're one of the most stressful projects you could possibly create commercially. And I think if I just explain that and make it really clear, even if it sounds negative, I would hope that some people would understand the context and go, oh, wow. So if I ask for multiplayer for the 15th time, I understand that even getting to this point that he's gotten to with these 3 people over these 2 years, just to get to this point alone was so incredibly difficult that to ask for multiplayer is probably a pretty unrealistic thing to do. And that maybe that's something that we could look at later on. So when I say, look, let's see if the game does well. Most games don't do well. Therefore, give us the time where we finish it, polish, and make sure we don't creep the content in order to actually get to the finish line, because even the companies and the games that do get to the finish line and they keep the scope tight, even those who do that, many times will fail. And so under those conditions, you don't want to creep in multiplayer and extra features. And I think if people knew that, if they really, really understood that in a more meaningful way, without me saying, well, I think my game's going to do great, I'm going to become a millionaire from this game, I think we're going to do so awesome. I think if people knew that, the risks involved, maybe they would be like, all right, let's see if you can get to that finish line. I understand your perspective, and let's root for it to be successful and just try to get it done. And then once it's done and the dust is settled and we're happy with it, and if it's done well, then we can begin asking for some of those things that maybe would enhance the experience when it's finished. So that is maybe some context. It's not necessarily a negative thing, but it's just to be very, very clear with people from a development perspective that you have to be careful, and you can't add so much, and that could jeopardize the success of the game. The very thing you could be doing to try to make the game more successful by adding more could be the reason why it's unsuccessful, because by adding more, you've compromised the integrity of the game by expanding it just too quickly, too much. Anyways, you get my point. But I hope that's not negative. That's just trying to be realistic about things. I don't dislike my own game or anything, but, you know.
In this region, everything you've been building up to is put to... In this region, everything...
Will this video be published after the stream? It will, but it'll probably be copyright struck because I played one song on it, so...
In this region, everything you've been building up to is put to a final test. Armies are harder, items are more expensive, all of these settlements start off looted, and the campaign art was redrawn to look grim and desperate.
And then we want to record this. Will this video be published right after the stream? I think. Oh. I don't know if it will, because maybe it will if we're lucky, if we do a good job. I think I'd rather just schedule it to come out at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard tomorrow, so that people aren't bombarded with notifications, because people already were notified that I'm doing a stream now. I think it'd be more reasonable to do it tomorrow. So, yeah.
It was redrawn to look grim and desperate.
What would you recommend to play the game on a MacBook with emulators? I have no experience with emulators, but it won't be available on iOS operating system. I'd honestly recommend you should probably just get a Windows computer. I think most games on Steam require Windows, so you wouldn't be buying it just for my game. You'd probably be able to play a lot more games. I know it's really tough because like 1% of Steam users or less use Apple products. I think it's less than 1%. And so if I were to take a month to get it to work on Mac, I'd be increasing sales by such a negligible amount that it might actually cost me more money to port it. Unless the game did so viral and so well that then it would be worth it. So, will the translation work start on Monday? It probably will, Viking. Maybe I'll put an announcement out Monday, and then it can start like Tuesday or whatever. But we're very close to having the translations ready to start. And I'm excited to get the game localized into new languages.
To look grim and desperate. The goal is to really make you feel like the goal is to grim and desperate. The goal is to really make you feel like the war's taken its toll. I spoke to our research consultant, Dr. Alex Burns, who stated that about 10% of Prussia's civilian population, or 400,000 people, died as a direct result of the conflict. So Act 3 is themed around the war's devastation, and we've updated the art and mechanics to reflect that. And speaking of devastation, here's the defeat screen if you haven't seen it before. The skeleton...
Now we're going to show our ass getting kicked. I need to lose a battle. So what needs to happen is I have to fight the headquarters. Turn that off. Go against the headquarters army. Yep. Griffin, I went through the entire project and updated all the UI to work with the localization, so we should be good for Monday. That's awesome, Seb. Thank you so much. Great work. That is nice. So I have to lose this battle. How do I lose the battle? How do I get my... I think you can actually do a debug to lose, right? Lose battle, there it is. So I record. What's your favorite Western? I think the only Western I really remember is the Outlaw Josie Wales. I don't watch a lot of Westerns. I would like to watch a few more classic ones, but... There's the Vanquished screen. Guess I'll make a video playing the game once it releases and try to get the word out. Well, that would be very nice, Galaxy. That'd be cool. If Django Unchained counts as a Western, that's like a mainstream Western. I like that too. I just like all the Tarantino movies. I know it's kind of cliche, but I do like... I think Inglourious Bastards, though, is my favorite Tarantino movie. I think that's probably one of my favorite movies of all time, to be honest. And I love that he uses Western soundtracks in all of his movies by Ennio Morricone, who is my favorite composer. How big will the Steam discount be? I don't know. Maybe it's like 10 to 20% or something. I'm not sure. I have to look into it more. I can't give you an exact number.
Devastation, and we've updated the art and mechanics to reflect that. And speaking of devastation,
damn, what else can I show off?
the conflict. So Act 3.
I think I'll just delete that sentence. We don't need it.
Direct result of the conflict. And speaking of devastation, here's the defeat screen if you haven't... As a direct result of the conflict. And speaking of devastation, here's the defeat screen if you have... Defeat screen if you haven't seen it before. The skeleton might look a little fantastical, but it's based on a real 19th century sketch
by Adolf Menzel.
From German artist Adolf Menzel. We also...
Damn, I don't know where that picture is. There's a sketch of... You know where I could find it is... There it is. I subbed on this game only 2 months ago when you're doing the Prussian stream and got hooked. Great community outreach, really. All right, that's cool, Laszlo. I'm glad that you're looking forward to it. I'm hoping I'm not showing off too much, that people no longer will want to play it because I'm doing too many gameplay streams. I canceled the idea of doing more streams until one for Next Fest and one for the game release. I was going to do another before that, but it feels like I'm just attracting criticism at this point. Like the last stream I did, people were nitpicking, And I'm thinking, why even do a stream if people are, you know, like that? So, not that there's anything wrong with pointing things out. But I was like, I don't think this is actually helping me. I think this actually might be hurting the game. So I will instead let other YouTubers do the streams from now on, I think.
Fantastical, but it's based on a real 19th century sketch from German artist Adolf Menzel. We also now show you a detailed breakdown of some of your campaign stats in this screen. Another change that was done that's in this screen. Another change.
Sometimes the dev streams, to be honest, sometimes the dev streams to balance leave me apprehensive, but then your gameplay streams give me excited again. You mean the balancing streams make it look like things are too unfinished? Is that what you're saying?
Another change that was done is that all of the encounters in the entire game have been completely remade from scratch.
Do I think Alternate History Hub will stream the game? I don't think Alternate History Hub really streams, so I don't think so. He might play the game, but I don't think he will stream it. Does Alternate History Hub ever do game streams? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he does. I would definitely stream this on my main channel. That would introduce it to some new people, I think.
The encounters in the entire game have been completely remade from scratch, and now contain much more interesting choices. This was a tedious overhaul. There's now over 100 encounters, but I think this really needed to happen.
Historical Gamer, I think, will stream it. I put together a Discord server of influencers, and I have like 15 gaming YouTubers in there, and that's really cool. So I'm excited. Not all of them will cover it, but it's cool that they join the server. So they're definitely interested in it in some regard, at least. How long is it to add a new nation? It actually does not take a very long time to add new nations. The reason we can't add more is just because I've got so much work already. But we could definitely add Sweden in after release if we've got the money to do it. Sieges, have I missed something? Yeah, there are sieges now. That is new. I'm just getting very lucky because the sieges I'm doing are not walled forts right now. Hold on. I need to find a... Damn, were there only 2 forts on this map? Because usually you can actually siege them down, and you get a really cool reward. There we go. Ah. Oh man, I'm dying here. That was pretty cool. I recorded all that. Yeah, I prefer sieges as being strategic. I like how you get a bunch of options. If you have artillery, you can order bombardments, you break down the walls, and that it's a strategic operation. I mean, obviously it'd be cool if we had 4 months to build an entire sieging system from scratch and have huge dedicated siege battles, but like, this is a good solution, a good compromise, because we can't do that.
There's now over 100 encounters, but I think this really needed for 100 encounters. But I think this really needed to happen. Take this encounter, for example, where you can now essentially siege a fort through a series of encounter. A 100 encounters. But I think this really needed to happen. Take this encounter, for example, where you can now essentially siege a fort through a series of encounter pop-ups. Or this one, where you can support the attack of a local ally.
Support the attack of a local ally. That one is, there we go.
Or this one, where you can support the attack of a local ally. This one, where you can support the attack of this one, where you can support the attack of a local ally. Or this one, where you can gamble your force in a dangerous night raid. Siege a fort through a series of encounter pop-ups. Or this one. Or this one, where you can gamble your force .
What about field fortifications? Yes, you can get field fortifications. I just haven't used them because they were glitchy, but now they work. So I will make an effort to show them next time.
Gamble your force in a dangerous night.
What's my favorite event? I would definitely say what didn't. Oh no, you said it, Hugs. The auxiliary event is my favorite as well, by far. I like that you get one unit from a different faction that you get to recruit. I really enjoy that.
Gamble your force in a dangerous night raid. Or this one, where you can hire a foreign auxiliary from a or this one where you can hire a foreign auxiliary from another nation. Encounters are also weighted differently based on the region you're in, so you'll find darker encounters in the Scorched Earth region, like this mass grave. So you'll find darker encounters in
Russian Observation Corps, best at building. I love Russian Observation Corps. Have you played as them before, Elite? Are you a playtester, or are you suspecting that you'll like them? Ah, I didn't want to have to fight this. I thought I had the skip campaign battles on. Let's see how my YouTube video is bombing right now. Ah, that actually did okay. No, it's bombing a 10 out of 10. That's the YouTube short, though. What's this one doing? Yeah, it's underperforming as well. Yeah, every video I make, look, it's always at the bottom of the graph. Each video beats the record of the previous one for how poor they can perform. It's like a race to the bottom at the moment. No matter what I make. If I make a long video, if I make a short video, if I make a World War II video, if I make an alternate history video, if I make a non-World War II video, if I make a battle video, if I make a war video, if I do a question video, each one beats the last one to perform worse. And I break records every month on how bad the performance can get. So, and I've tried just about everything, and I can't do shit. To be fair, I guess that video topic is not that interesting, but I think of the last 9 months, only 1 or 2 videos actually did well. And so I don't know if you could say the same thing about every video. It's just that all of them are uninteresting. That could be the case. I just don't think I really care anymore. I think I oh, that's weird. There we go. Oh no, it's a joke. I've been a diehard Russian core ever since they got released on Discord. Okay, yeah, I think you'll like them if you like to turtle up. Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't need any sort of sympathy about YouTube or anything. I just like to complain about it. And also, I don't think YouTube is like censoring me or anything weird. I think people just don't like my videos anymore, and that I shouldn't be doing YouTube. I think it's like if you had a singer on stage from the 60s who's performing in front of a bunch of kids, a bunch of teenagers, and like, who the fuck is this band? Who is Leonard Skinner? Like, so I think I used to be popular during COVID, and I think I'm still attempting to make videos, and I should not be making videos anymore, and I need to kind of not embarrass myself and just quit. I think that is probably the correct assessment at this point. All right, let's see what we've got here.
Encounters in the Scorched Earth region, like this.
A mass grave.
Darker encounters in the Scorched Earth. You'll find darker encounters in the Scorched Earth region, like this mass grave, compared to lighter encounters in the first region, like helping out a local shepherd. You now also get a little supply depot at the start of each region. The one in the first act spawns a tiny...
I'm talking too much about the encounters that I need to cut all this.
Also notice the tone shift between the 3 depots in Act 2 because of the freezing temperature, but it does give you a little bit of everything. And in the 3rd act, there's no more supply cap, but instead a roving
Wow, this is annoying.
you might need. Or you can recruit them if you ours. We're also in the process of redrawing.
There we go. Delete all that crap.
Helping out a local shepherd. We're also in the process of redrawing all of the encounter images from scratch.
You know what? Is this petty to put in? You guys tell me if this is too petty to put in, but rage baiting yourself. Am I rage baiting myself? I've recommended you to some of my history teachers. I don't do history in school, but I let the head of history department know about your videos. Yeah, I've heard a lot of teachers. That's cool of you for you to do that. I've heard of a lot of teachers use my videos. Yeah, maybe I am rage baiting myself complaining about YouTube. I like to complain though. I sometimes I just feel like I need to complain, and I complain a lot. But if I wasn't being held hostage here, on YouTube, I would not be complaining. If I was free to do what I wanted to do, I'd be completely fine. But I feel like I'm held hostage, so I will just bitch about it all the time. All right. Let's put this here. Oh, is this petty to write that I would say no? It probably is unnecessary. I just want to say that, like, no AI art is ever used or will ever be used. Or I just want to kind of write something like that. But I know that that's unnecessary. Like, nobody even accused us of that. But I want to kind of be like, screw you to the games that use AI art. We use all real art. Our artists are actual artists. And I wish I could say something like that, but it comes off a little preachy. So maybe I'll just save that and not worry about it. I'll let the art speak for itself, I think. I think that's more mature, probably.
We're also in the process of redrawing all
hand drawn by passionate artists. That'd be cool to write that. I do give him, at the end of this devlog, I do give him credit, so I think people will understand that at the end. I let everybody know that it was Nico who drew all this. I like that idea, though. I like saying all art is hand-drawn by our talented artist. I do like that. And he gets credit at the end of the video, so I'm not, like, hiding his name or anything. That's not an AI drawing, I promise. Yeah, I like this, though. This is a nice message.
We're also in the process of redrawing all of the encounter images from scratch and doing them in this images from scratch. scratch and doing them in this new style. They'll be fully colored in like this. They'll be fully colored. We're also in the process of redrawing all of the encounter images from scratch and doing them in this new style. They'll be fully colored in like this when it's all done. There's also been hundreds of balance changes made to the doing them in this new style. And doing them in this new style. They'll be fully colored in like this when it's all done. There's also been hundreds of balance changes made to the unit. It's all done. There's also been hundreds of balance changes made to the unit stats and other miscellaneous things based on playtester reports, but this would be uninteresting to go over.
Okay, that's being honest. But this would be kind of uninteresting. I'll just show some footage then.
And other miscellaneous things based on playtester reports. But this would be uninteresting to go over. So if you are interested, you can join our Discord and over. So if you are interested, you can join our Discord and check out the changelog there. Our Discord and check out the change.
Why does this flash? Oh, yeah.
If you are interested, you can join our Discord and check out the changelog there. Something perhaps more interesting is that we've overhauled the army types you can encounter in a campaign.
Where are the armies? There's one.
There are now 4 distinct types: patrols, field armies.
God, I'm getting tired of this devlog. How long is this shit? How much long? I think we're gonna wrap it up soon. Oh my gosh, I'm only like halfway done. Oh, I can't take it. Oh. I'm struggling a little bit. I am struggling for motivation here. Damn. I've got to show the 4 different army types. All right, one step at a time. Let's go in and we'll show the army types. This image actually works really well. Actually, you know what? I kind of like the mini dividers like that. What would you call the patrol army as a game term? Like, the headquarters is the boss, the encamped armies are the elites, field armies are stalkers. What's a gamey term for a patrol? What are, like, mobs that you can just, like, trash mobs or something that you can just kill off for experience? I don't know what you'd call that. Goons, yeah. No, we're not calling them gooners. The ops. All right, well, I don't want these Gen Z terms here. I'd like something maybe just more video game. The creeps. I don't know what I would call them. There's got to be a term. I could call them just fodder. Like that. Fodder, stalkers, elites, and boss. And fodder armies, you just knock them. Yeah, I kind of like that. Minions, yeah. I'm not looking for a historical term like skirmishers or scouts. I'm looking for a gamey term like an elite, a boss, like the stuff that you would see in like a fantasy game. I just want to put that in parentheses to show like the gist of what their behavior is. Like fodder is just meant to be destroyed. Stalkers are meant to follow you around. Elites are like tougher armies, and boss is like the boss battle to finish it. And I think that works just fine.
There are now 4 distinct types. Overhauled the army types you can encounter in a campaign. There are now 4 distinct types: patrols, field armies, encamped armies, and the regional headquarters. Each army scales in difficulty and has a different behavior. Patrols move between settlements and
My game broke. They're not vertically aligned. Looks fine to me. Yeah, I'm not gonna change it. It doesn't matter. I gotta finish this. If you want me to spend like 5 minutes, you're not telling me to do that, but if you wanted me to spend the extra 5 minutes, I think I just have, I don't know, I'm just tired. I just gotta keep pushing on. Artemir, what are you modding in Rome Remastered? What are you changing? Total rework to do what? What are you reworking? Fucking hell, are you kidding me? Why is my vision cone so big? I guess that's normal. It feels a little large, I don't know. Well, that's annoying that that broke. Zombie apocalypse mod. I was doing a fantasy setting. Love your game concept, by the way. I love FTL. Notice the similarities right away. Yeah, I know, exactly. Thank you. We definitely did take some inspiration from FTL. Especially the unlocks, the army unlocks is the big thing.
Patrols move between settlements and are typically faster and
You know what? I think what I'll do is I'll turn on Fog of War. I'm so tired, man. I'm at my limit. We changed the Cossacks recently, Hugs. They now, we've changed them, and they now start with all cavalry. Because before they were 2 cav and 2 infantry, but I feel like most people who play Cossacks are going to expect just a fully mounted horde. So that's kind of what we've gone for now. Same, but instead of making video games, I slave away at the law office. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't complain, Parker. Maybe I shouldn't. Oh, Artemir, if you like FTL a lot, you would like that game, Void War. I didn't really get into it because I found the UI just to be... Everything's very dark and muddy, and it's hard to kind of figure out what's going on there. What's a good location for this tooltip? There we go, like that. Yeah, EU5 is coming out soon, isn't it? EU5 is coming out 1 week after my game, so I feel like that's maybe not that good, but we'll see. I mean, hopefully people just feel spoiled that they have 2 games to play, one that's more battle focused and one that's more campaign.
In difficulty, and each army scales in difficulty and has a different behavior. Patrols move between settlements and are
Master of Command or Happy Daughter, yeah. Choosing between the two.
Each army scales in difficulty and has a different behavior. Patrols move between settlements and are
I've played, I'm allowed to say now, I've played EU5 early. I was invited to play early. I don't know if I'm allowed to comment on it, so I just won't, because I don't want to risk it. But they did lift the embargo that we're allowed to make, like, videos and talk about it. And my sponsorship on it should come out soon. And it was a pretty cool collaboration that was done. But I don't think I'm allowed to say anything else.
Each army scales in difficulty and has a different behavior. Patrols move between settlements and each army scales in difficulty and has a different behavior. Patrols move between settlements and are typically faster and weaker. Field armies come in only a few months after you've entered. A few months after you've entered a region and will hunt you down. And will hunt you down.
I need to get You guys like the birds in the background, the nice little ambience? That's nice.
After you've entered a region and will hunt you down. They're larger but slower. Encamped armies are randomly placed throughout. Encamped armies are and will hunt you down. They're larger but slower. Encamped armies are randomly placed throughout. Encamped armies are randomly placed throughout a region and act like mini-bosses. They have a lot of loot, and if you beat one you get a new doctrine, but they're risky to take on. And finally, the headquarters remains at the end of the region.
I do like the bird sounds too. I used to have, at the old house I lived at, there was a tree that was just right against the window, so you could just have the window open and just listen to the birds all the time while you're working, and I really do miss that, honestly.
The end of the region and slowly builds up until it comes after you. New doctrine, but they're risky to take on. And finally, the headquarters on. And finally, the headquarters remains at the end of the region and slowly builds up until it comes after you. I've recently overhauled these AI armies to use a lot more variety and randomness so that players aren't AI armies to use a lot more variety and randomness so that players aren't fighting the same armies over and over again. One of my favorite changes is that the headquarters armies
You hear seagulls and crows. Where are you living, Raspel? Hear ambulances and racing. Oh my gosh.
Favorite changes is that the headquarters army armies now use the pool of the game's 50 renowned units that the player can unlock. So notice here at the end of this region that a renowned regiment is representing this army. This adds a little more historical detail to the forces that your enemy is fielding and makes them a greater challenge. Before we continue, I also want to show off some screenshots taken by our playtesters. They've been doing such an excellent job finding all sorts of issues for us to fix, so that you don't have to experience those problems on launch. Excellent job. Finding all sorts of issues for us to fix, so that you don't have to experience those problems on launch. I also don't believe I've ever formally shown off the brand new stance system to fix, so that you don't have to experience those problems on launch.
So now we will show off a couple screenshots. You think Lazo, are you saying my accent is between Massachusetts and Virginia? Where, if you had to guess where my accent would be from, where would you guess? I don't know if I really took an accent from where I grew up, though, to be honest. And I don't really have much of an accent in terms of something that's distinct. It's more just like standard American English. The places you've narrowed down is actually correct, though. It is between the locations you've mentioned. So I'm curious what you think, if you had to take a guess. Your speaking voice is very Eastern Seaboard. What's a thing I've pronounced that's made you think that? All right. I like this one. The only thing that annoys me is you can't play with your army longer than 3 missions. I know a lot of people are saying that. We're considering something about doing an infinite mode, but we just really got to finish up the game first. Thing is, I personally prefer having a good, strong ending to the game that leaves you wanting to play more, rather than God, are all of these from the same guy? Is it all from EPA? I think it is. Let me check. Yeah, it is. He takes the best screenshots, I must say. This one's pretty cool as well. I like that one. I like the pink Fusiliers. I think I put a few of my favorites in here. This by far is one of my absolute favorite. This could go on like the Steam page. The only thing is the AI lines are a little bit messed up, but I just love the color there. It looks awesome. And these are still by you, I'm pretty sure. I think you took these screenshots. I think all 5 of these are from yours. Okay, here's the thing. I can't put credits in, because if I put credits in, I'd write your name 5 times, and I'd rather just thank all the playtesters broadly. Unless I should just put like screenshots by and just put your name on it, and then yeah, I think maybe that at least I'll give you some credit, because it looks like you spent a lot of time doing this. I just feel bad saying I'll thank all the playtesters and only your name appears, but the thing is, only your screenshots are this cinematic. So
job finding all sorts of excellent job.
God, these are excellent, dude. These are so good.
They've been doing such an excellent job finding all sorts of issues.
You hope there's a legacy mode to use the old graphics? I don't think that'll happen, man. I don't think we're going to have, like, 2 entire game versions. One that downgrades all the graphics to the original style and one that uses the new. I think we're just going to work on one game.
Job finding all sorts of issues for us to fix, so that you don't have to experience those problems on launch. I also don't believe I've ever formally shown off the brand new stance system.
Okay, this is where the last screenshot will be. This is my favorite one, so that one's going last.
Excellent job finding all sorts of issues for us to fix, so that you don't have to experience those problems on launch. I also don't believe I've ever
Don't forget the pink Prussians. I don't think I have room. I think this has to be all of them. Are all of these yours? Did you take every single one of them? Do you want... Is that good for your credit there? I'm going to go ahead and narrow down it to, like, Northern VA, DC, Maryland. Well, Laszlo, I grew up in Pennsylvania, but I live in Northern Virginia now. But I grew up in Pennsylvania. You probably heard me talk about Virginia before for you to narrow it down like that. But maybe not. I don't know. I grew up in around the Poconos in northeastern PA. So I'm an eastern PA kind of guy. And then I moved down to Bethlehem and stayed there for a while. Went to school in Kutztown for like half a year. I primarily grew up in East Stroudsburg. I assume DC because you mentioned your wife has a law job. Yeah. That's true. That's exactly right. Yeah. There we go. He said what state he lives in, major internet mistake. Thing is, you can find that information so easily online. If you really want to track me down, finding the state I live in is pretty damn easy. Yeah, it is what it is.
A job finding all sorts. Such an excellent job finding all sorts of issues. I also want to show off some screenshots taken by our playtesters. They've been doing such an excellent job finding all sorts of issues for us to fix, so that you don't have to experience those problems on launch. I also don't believe I've ever formally shown off the brand new stance.
How do I skip this battle? Damn. Maybe I'll load the autosave and get myself out of there. All right, what was I testing the stances? That's right. And then I need a sub to help me with something. How many play testers did you have? We have about 50 play testers. Are the Patreon names going in the credits? Yes, they can. How replayable is the game in your opinion? Oh, that's OH. Do you feel runs are differently, especially if you're playing the same comp again? I won't answer that question. That's for OH. I will let him address that. Yeah, GM's October 27th. Sorry, buddy. Well, exactly 1 month from now. Here we go. Did I not take the video? What the hell? Oh, I did. Oh, OH, have you seen? Take a look if you're watching. This is for you, man. We added this for you. Where did we put it? If I engage a headquarters, I think it's right here. Ah, gosh, I hope I can find it. I have a video showing off the 6th division that you can fight. Also, we made the game a little too tough, and now Thomas is losing to the patrol battle, or the starting depot battle, so I need to go make a correction to the difficulty. I think we've ramped it up maybe a little too far. The thing is, I want the game to be, like, almost impossible if you have every modifier on. That should be something that you have to work up to. So, so I don't mind it being, like, almost impossible utilizing modifiers, like specifically enabling the AI cheats if you want to do that. But where the hell is the 6th division? I thought I had a video of it. Well, it's in here somewhere. It's in the devlog. I just can't find it. Maybe it's here, right before Vanquished. This would have been the region that I would have shown it off in, but I just am not seeing it. Yeah, I don't know.
Off the brand new stance system. So you now have 5 stances that...
What if it's right here? What was this footage from? Uh-oh. Didn't mean to do that. Hold on. There we go.
Formally shown off the brand new stance system. So you now have...
Gosh, I don't know what the hell I'm doing anymore. I'm really floundering at the moment. Trying to get organized here. There we go.
So you now have 5 stances that you can select from, all of which come with new stance system. So you now have 5 stances that you can select from.
Ah, gosh. I messed up.
All of which come with pros and cons. and we've just implemented hotkeys to them as well. You can use Force March, which gets you movement at the cost of food consumption. You can Raid, which lets you destroy settlements on the map and gains you money and food. You can Drill, which spends ammunition but trains up your troops and speeds up replenishment of damaged units. And you can Forage, which lets you passively travel the map at a slower speed, but can your troops and speeds up replenishment of damaged units.
I'm gonna say goodbye to the last devlog. I'm gonna sleep now. Command. Good command to you guys. All right, see ya. Dirian. Yeah, it's our final devlog. I'm gonna put it out tomorrow, and that is that. It's kind of, there is something a little somber about it, isn't there? About it kind of getting to the end now. I'm quite nervous, to be honest. Oh, I hear my dog jingling. I think he has to go out soon.
Spends ammunition but trains up your troops and speeds up replenishment of damaged units. And you can Forage, which lets you passively travel the map at a slower speed. And you can Forage and speeds up replenishment of damaged units. And you can Forage, which lets you passively travel the map at a slower speed, but consume less food. Speed, but consume less food. As you can tell, we've been quite busy, and we'll the map at a slower speed, but consume less food. As you can tell, we've been quite busy, and will continue to be busy leading up to the release. So this will unfortunately be our final development log for Master of Command. But I will be doing more live streams where you can ask questions and watch the final parts of development. Importantly, there won't be any more content additions or mechanical changes made to Master of Command up until release. We're going to hunker down and really spend the next month and a half just focusing on polishing and balance changes based on playtester feedback. It's been critical for us to polish feedback. It's been critical for us to polish the game now.
The way I did that, polish the game now. Mr. Ipa, thanks, man, for the credits. And again, if you want the original HDs, I can send them. Yeah, you could send those over. I may not use them, but you could send them regardless.
On playtester feedback. It's been critical for us to polish the game now ahead of launch in order to make launch day as smooth as possible. Launch day as smooth as possible for you guys. I'm planning on pricing the game around $30 US with adjusted regional pricing, as well as a big launch day discount. But with that, I really want to make sure things are polished.
I keep saying the same thing over and over again.
But with that, as well as a big launch day discount, this project has been an awesome journey, and let me regional pricing, as well as a big launch day discount. Pricing, as well as a big launch day discount. This project has been an awesome journey, and let me just say deeply thank you for. I'm planning on pricing the game.
Sorry for the repetitiveness. I'm just trying to get all the timing and stuff right. The languages I plan on localizing to, by the way, I kind of lied. I'm gonna do more localization than I told people. I'm planning on having German, French, Russian, Spanish, Chinese, Korean, Italian, Swedish, Polish, Czech, and Dutch. And that was just based on the community volunteers in the Discord. Like, I was surprised that Czech and Dutch were that popular, but we've got a lot of the people. Same thing with Sweden. We have a lot of Swedes as well. So I'm going to try to localize into all those languages. We'll see if we get there.
A big launch day discount. This project has been an awesome journey. $, with adjusted regional pricing, as well as a as a big launch day discount, this project has been an awesome journey, and let me just say deeply thank you for supporting us and believing in us. I know that we've let a lot of people down with Fire and Maneuver.
And I'll show a little bit of Fire Maneuver.
Regional pricing, as well as a big launch day discount, this project has been an awesome journey, and let me just say deeply thank you for supporting us and believing in us. I know that we've let a lot of people down with Fire and Maneuver, and I hope that this game will redeem us. We've done our absolute best working on Master of Command with the time and resources we had, and we're really proud of what we've made. I also want to shout out our team, Thomas.
Here's the team shoutouts. What else do I want to show? Yeah, Fire Maneuver is an interesting comparison. I think the only thing I miss from Fire Maneuver is I liked the 3D camera and I like the campaign graphics as well. I do not like this. This part was not good. The sprites, the 2D sprites and blurriness. That part sucked. Obviously, the bugs were a problem. I did enjoy the lighting because we were doing 3D at the time. And I dialed it back to make the budget more under control. The team that worked on this game is about half the size that worked on Fire Maneuver. So that's why there's some areas in like the lighting and 3D that wasn't necessarily carried over. But in terms of the core mechanics, it just is going to work much better. Also, in terms of art, like I couldn't get these like really detailed drawn mascots and stuff. That was an unnecessary kind of waste of money. But I think it's good that I did not waste any money on that for this game. And I just focused on gameplay. But some of the maps are really beautiful. I designed all these maps myself. And the lighting was really, really pretty. So next game, we'll bring that back. We'll go back to 3D next game, but we'll keep the 3D models in the real-time style and hopefully do the best of both worlds. Because again, the unit sprites look horrible here. These are not great. But the lighting is really pretty. I like the post-processing and the lighting that we did. Like that looks really nice. That's one thing I miss, I think. What do I want to show while I'm thanking people? I don't know.
We had, and we're really proud of what we've made. I also want to shout out our team. Thomas, in charge of programming just about everything. Sebastian on all things UI or animation related. Nico, who pretty much made all of the art in the game. And special thanks to Alex on sound design, Jacob the composer, Freddie our programming intern, Satiris our map artist, Demankos our 3D.
What else? What other footage have I got? You could show the progression of the game. You know what? I could show... Should I do the time-lapse now? Because at the end I say this.
And now, enjoy a little time-lapse.
But why don't I just show the time-lapse while I'm thanking people?
This possible. Beginning to the end. Us and wishlisted our project for making all of this possible.
Yeah, we'll do it. Why don't we do the time lapse now? Why don't we say I want to say to its end, but end is dramatic.
What we've made. I also want to shout out our team. Thomas in charge of programming just about every.
All right, and now we show a little bit of a time lapse. This will be funny. Oh, whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I don't know if I need to show 9, but we'll see.
Juvederm collect. Constant.
I like how I have to watch ads on my own videos on YouTube, because YouTube really needs the money that much more that I need to watch my own ads. That's awesome. Can't build a simple exemption. Actually, you know what? Instead of recordings, we're just going to do pictures.
programming just about everything, Sebastian on all things UI or animation related,
Why were the unit renders so much better back then? They look clean. Well, not better. This render here is this was done in Blender as a concept. That was a concept. So that's why it looked really good for a moment. And then what we actually had was this. And then we had to build up to it. Those early battles looked very cute. Yeah, I know. And each unit had 30 models. Yeah. What do I want to add right now? I want to add the date. July 2024. The early build looked great. I don't know if it looked great, to be honest, dude. I'm not so sure. It's kind of broken.
how everything, Sebastian on all things UI or animation related, Nico who pretty much made all of the art in the game, and special thanks to Alex on sound design, Jacob the composer, Freddie our programming intern,
Is there a chance to introduce a 6th division? This is one of those things where more doesn't equal better. Like, it's not fun when you have a huge faceless army where you don't know anybody's name, you don't know any of their skills, you don't care about any of them, you throw them in like fodder, the battle starts to break down, you can't give actual commands because there's too many guys under your control. It's one of those things that it's not, we actually didn't limit it due to any kind of like performance restriction. It's simply not fun to have to command more than 20 units in an extreme level of detail. It just did not feel fun. So I don't think I want to, because it doesn't really add anything. It just adds more micromanagement and makes the game harder to enjoy. Both of these were in July, huh? Oh no, that's April. Wow. You know what? Why don't we do this? 04. This way you can just see the number count up.
related, Nico who pretty much made all of the art, to Alex on sound.
I think the early unit renders, even though they were small, looked great. They're even better than they look now. You think it looks better? I mean, you can go, I don't know. Yeah. If you think it looks better, then that's fine. This isn't actually even gameplay either way. I don't really prefer this, to be honest, over... You can just play on... How come you don't play on tiny unit scale, then, to get that gameplay? If you want to play with, like, 20 unit models like that. Why are you playing on the larger scale if you enjoy it? Let's keep going here. 4, 5, 6. Now, what time? I think it was July, so 4, 5. We need a 6 for this part. The unit models are identical to what they look like now. There's literally no difference between them. I think the unit models look great. Well, this is the unit model that we're using in game. It's the same one. Maybe it's just because it's brighter and more cartoony and it's not as darkened. But if you do that, nobody likes it and they call it a mobile game. So that's pretty much what we were compared to for like a full year of development, is just being incessantly called a mobile game. So we had to keep dimming everything down. Yeah, Lucky literally just said that. It looks like a mobile game, yeah. So we had to not do that.
Who pretty much made all of the art in the game, and special thanks to Alex on sound design, Jacob the composer, Freddie our programming intern, Satiris our map artist, Demankos our 3D modeler and animator,
I want to see if I can find the camp or not. It's funny if people complain about this 2000s gray and brown graphics and they complain that things are too colorful. I know, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
and animator, and many other contributors, amongst myself.
Have to give myself some credit. It's better to have color than brown and gray. You know what, to be honest though, dude, I did not mind the brown and gray. I grew up on it and I thought it was fine. I feel like it's kind of reductive to just call it all brown and gray. Like when I played Call of Duty World at War, when I played this, I didn't find that too brown and gray to me. I didn't find this too brown or gray to me. What else is supposed to... What do we want neon lights on this map? Or this, the night attack? That one looks fine to me. Look at the Berlin finale. Was really nice. Like, does this look too bright? I mean, I know this is muddied down, but you're at war. What else do you... Like, what would we do to this to make it look better? I didn't mind playing that. And also, Assassin's Creed 2... Oh, I spelled that horribly. This is a game around that muddy brown and gray time. And this game is more gray than the newer Assassin's Creed. But would I want this any brighter? Like, I really did not mind the game graphics back then that I grew up on. Maybe because I grew up on it, right? But like, I would prefer this over like the guns looking like this. You know what I mean? Like, I would take that over whatever this is, dude. So I don't complain about too colorful, too drab. I just want it to look normal and have just a balanced color palette for me. So, yeah.
Animator, and many other contributors, amongst myself, Griffin, in charge of design and direction.
As someone who didn't grow up in the games but play them now, I don't mind that at all. Yeah. I would rather a game be a little too gray and a little too dark and have a slightly high 2 contrast than a game be so bright and simultaneously washed out. New movies and new games love having washed out colors, just washed out gray. I don't like that. I don't like the light gray. Everything's washed out. There's no contrast at all. I don't know. Anyways, where are we here? It's July. Now we go to August. Oh, look at the old map. I do wish we could have got the camp to look a little more like this. This is just concept art, but you can't get it to look nice with all that lighting because it's UI. All that lighting would have to be like rendered like its own scene. So you couldn't get that, even though it does look really pretty. That happens a lot with concept art, that you can get a concept art to look good, but to actually implement it looks like this on screen now. And it's just not going to work. It's interesting seeing the army comps back then. I kind of want to look at them. Fort Cantonist recruits. Officers are found at higher levels. Feudal levies. You get tons of volunteer recruits and Ukrainian recruits. Austrian, German recruits with reserve artillery. That one's kind of stayed the same. And artillery range has been changed to accuracy. Grenzer's is almost the same. Hungarians. Do I show the British? There's the Freikorps. Freikorps is similar. You get the Hussar and the recruit. There's the double grenadiers. Wow, the old corps stayed the same. Cossacks. That was the same, but I just changed it recently to be all cav. This was kind of cool, moving on the map. That is something that I do think I miss a little bit. Like, moving on the map was pretty cool. We ended up getting rid of it because you only fight 3 regions. So you look at this map and you're like, oh, I'm going to fight across all of Europe, right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's over. So I liked the style of this, but because you only can do 3 acts and we want to move the focus more to the node map, the real-time map, we couldn't do like the more ambitious campaign style that we wanted to originally.
Demankos, our 3D modeler and animator, and many other contributors, amongst myself, Griffin, in charge of design and direction. Thank you to those who have supported.
Would be cool. I'm not going to rebuild the entire campaign system and an endless mode and redo all the mechanics. That's like... That is the complete opposite of what I would ever do. I'd make a brand new game at that point. How would I add a new mechanic and then okay, let's redo the entire Europe map. Let's redraw it from scratch. Let's do all new UI. Let's remove all the orders and let's make that all for a specific mode. I'm just definitely not doing that. Absolutely
Design
not.
and direction. Thank you to those who have supported us and wishlisted our project for making all of this possible. And now, enjoy. Enjoy a little time-lapse of our game from its beginning to the end. Enjoy a little time-lapse of our game from its beginning to the end.
Let's see here. This is July. I think we're in August now. And then... Is this the same video still? It is. Wow. Oh, I have to watch another ad. Dude, I just cannot. Are you just fucking kidding me that I gotta watch 2 unskippable ads of my own goddamn video? It's so annoying. Like, all right, I've got the YouTube Premium on the other account, but this part doesn't matter. Yeah, the ads are increasing. I'm so tired of YouTube, man. I'm really tired of it. Don't like it. I kind of told off my partner manager as well. And I was like, I don't like being on this platform. I don't want to work with you. I think this is useless, and take me off your list. The 3D map looks awesome. What 3D map are you talking about? What 3D map are you even talking about? I get why it changed. Where? The 3D map looks awesome. Which 3D map are you even looking at? It looks as if it's 3D. This one? I think, OH, if I showed you anything from the early concept art, you're just going to think it's better because it's different. And so if you just want to sit here hyping up sketches and saying, you should have kept that, man. Looked so much better back then. I just don't think so. I think the art that the artist spent all this time on, if this was the old art and it looked like this now, you'd be going, when I play it's so blurry, but I wish this is the art you used to have. I wish you kept that. It's just kind of annoying for you to keep writing that. So I'd like you to just, well, you can have any opinion you want to, but I'm just tired of looking over and you're just complaining about each of those things. So yeah, I don't know. And you're calling it 3D? What the hell are you talking about? I like how the farms are drawn across, but I prefer the farms are actually little farmhouses that were all drawn. I think that looks much better. So I think we should revert the whole game back to this, and then we're going to give it to you, OH. You can play this version of the game, and then we're all going to play the newer version, okay? I think that would be better. It's the concept. I did like the concept here with the dark unlocked, or locked units here. Do I want to show anything else off? Probably not. And then this was from August. So delete this. Is a PlayStation 5 version possible? It is not, unfortunately. I think you'd need a mouse.
Sebastian on all things UI or animation related, Nico, who pretty much made all of the art in the game, and special thanks to Alex on sound design, Jacob the composer, Freddie our programming intern, Satiris our map artist, Demankos our 3D modeler and animator, and many other contributors, amongst myself, Griffin, in charge of design and direction. Thank you to those who have...
So 708. I'm just gonna keep counting up.
Thank you to those who have supported us and wishlisted our project for making all of this possible.
What are the recommended specs? Honestly, dude, if you could just have a graphics card, that's like the main thing. If you could just have a graphics card. I have a lot of people who are in our server who have no graphics card. They're using an integrated one on a laptop from 10 years ago. And we're trying to get it to run on their systems, and it's a little tough. So if you have any kind of desktop that has a graphics card, or a laptop with a graphics card, that's pretty much all you need for the most part. But I get people who are playing Roblox who are like, this needs to run at the highest end on my Roblox laptop. And I'm thinking, well, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be possible.
And now, enjoy a little time-lapse of our game from its beginning to the end.
No, I have another ad. I have 2 unskippable ads. All right, well. I remember being a wee boy on my laptop trying to play games. Yeah, me too, Warband. I did the same thing. I would play Roblox as a kid, and I would just use a little laptop. And I was desperately trying to get things to run. I was mainly playing like Medieval 2, Rome 1, Age of Empires 1. I could not run Age of Empires 3. I remember when that came out. That was sad.
Beginning to the end.
I know I'm going to have this time lapse and everybody's going to write in the comments, damn, you guys really ruined it. I think you should have kept it the way it was. It was way better back then. I wish, you know, can you add a mode so we can go back and play that old version? Because I really don't want to play this new version. Everything that's old equals better. So you really messed up with development here. I really wish we could go back. It was such a mistake going 3D. As OH said, I'm rage baiting myself. No, to give you some credit, OH, I was to use your terminology, I was rage baiting myself in saying that. I'm not being serious. There will be people who say that. I know you won't say that, but there will be people who write that in the comments unironically. Damn, who knew this time lapse would be the most annoying thing? Is this him on play, or what the hell's going on here? Oh, when will I stop talking? There we go. Alright, I got another ad. Dude, the YouTube ads are just nuts. The worst part is I actually had this video in the background, so I already watched it because it played in the background. So on the second time viewing, they're still throwing ads at me. Is there anything else I want to show off? I like showing the progression of the camp. January. I've watched YouTube for ages and it wasn't as bad as this. Yeah, I know, it's gotten pretty rough. March. I feel like all we're doing is just watching ads. Oh, we get 2 of them. Nice. I miss those big blocks of infantry a bit. Yeah, I do too. I can see why people were really upset about that, though, because most troops fought in 3 ranks, so they really just didn't like how blobby it was. Which I can understand. Is there some combat I can show? Are they going to fire at each other, or what's going on? Yeah, no, it's definitely not realistic for them to fight in such large groups. And this was released in March. Yeah, we're doing the time-lapse usernames. We're at the very end of the devlog. Okay. Oof. Okay, only 2 devlogs left to time-lapse through. We have winter. Oh my god, I fucking can't take the ads. I'm going nuts. I'm sorry I keep swearing in this stream, and I feel like I'm being annoying to listen to. I think I've just been doing this for a while, the stream for a while now, and I'm getting tired, and I'm just getting interrupted, and that's bothering me. So I'm sorry if I'm being kind of obnoxious to listen to right now, but yeah. This feels like such a huge jump. When was this? Up to April? Only 1 month later, huh? Wow. And then up to June. April, May. Yeah, the progression happened, like, really jumped. Like, all of a sudden. And then there was that one. Did that. New main menu. These are kind of boring. Yeah, the cannonballs look great. I think they came out awesome. Oh, also Warband, you haven't seen this. This is like my favorite part of the devlog. I captured the shot accidentally when I was doing the devlog. Check out this. I'll go back and show it to you. I thought it was really cool. I was talking about how we improved the gun sounds. And it should be around here-ish. Maybe this part? Yeah, it's this part here.
And punchy, whereas previously
that shot landing right there. Hold on.
more natural and punchy. Whereas previously we'd just play one big sound if a unit was firing, we now generate a sound per soldier shooting. This is a really important change, because we recently changed volley fire so that you aren't waiting on one soldier to reach a position before the rest of the line can fire. As long as around 80% of your regiment is ready to shoot, they will fire and won't be held up by one guy reloading. You can also turn off volley fire if you'd like your men to fire at will. And while we're watching these men fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty amp.
So I like that some of the cannonballs came in. That was the accidental thing. I didn't tell the AI artillery to fire, but as soon as I began the shot,
Whereas
they like shot some cannonballs in and wrecked the line, which is cool. I liked that a lot.
programming just about everything, Sebastian on all things UI or animation related, Nico who pretty much made all of the art in the game, and special thanks to Alex on sound design, Jacob the composer, Freddy our programming intern, Satiris our map artist, Demankos our 3D modeler and animator, and many other contributors.
I gotta thank Tommy and Paco, because they did some art that I forgot about when I was writing the script. And I think they would appreciate the shout out. There's just so many people who have contributed in small and large ways that it's hard to get everyone a shout out. And if you mention one person, then you're definitely going to upset another if you didn't mention them. There, I gotta put them in like that.
And special thanks to everything, Sebastian on all things UI or animation related, Nico, who pretty much made all of the art in the game, and special thanks to Alex on sound design, Jacob the composer, Freddie our programming intern, Satiris our map artist, Demankos our 3D modeler and animator, and many other contributors, amongst myself, Griffin, in charge of design and direction. Thank you to those who have supported us and wishlisted our project for making all of this possible. And now, enjoy a little time-lapse of our game from its beginning to the end.
I'm gonna add music and stuff, but yeah. Whoa, some of those shots get really rapid. It's not a huge deal. I feel like that's a pretty big leap, though. This one here. And the date says May. Devlog 9 was in June. And I just need to grab the trailer now. I think I'm gonna grab a shot from the trailer. And then okay, I gotta walk the dog in 30 minutes and probably eat dinner. Yeah, OH, I could probably send an email out to Legend of Total War. I don't think it'd hurt, but I doubt he would cover a game like this. I just don't think he would like this game. I think I was about to be a little negative. I was about to trash talk my own game. I can't be doing that. But yeah, no, I don't think he would like it. I just don't think a lot of those guys wouldn't like this type of game. I think this is, I think in some ways, I don't know if this is true or not, but in some ways it kind of feels like this game is better for people who are just playing on their own and not streaming it. I don't know if it's a good game for that or not, but I'll send emails out. I have a lot of people who will cover it already, who I have their emails ready and everything, so. But I don't think he would like it. I don't know. I'll still send an email. Why can I not get the trailer to play? Yeah, that's frustrating. And then why don't we wrap up our... Damn, this is the last time I'm gonna use this logo in a video like this. I mean, I'll do a trailer, but like, it's weird that this like end credit right there. This is like the last time I'll probably use this splash screen to end this video on. Okay. I'm done with the devlog, so we just have to add music to the whole thing.
First, let me say thank you for all the support on our latest. This would not give us enough time to properly playtest the game, and by moving the game into October, it means we can participate in Steam's Next Fest, which allows us to give you the opportunity to try a free demo of Master of Command before release. Now, let's jump right into things. The first visual change you'll notice right off the bat is a proper skybox, as well as volumetric fog, which adds a lot of atmosphere in the early morning hours of a battle. Battles start dark and misty and will brighten up over the course of the day. We've also got a new minimap implemented compared to the old placeholder we've been using. And you may notice that the camera is a lot smoother than in the previous devlogs. Post-processing and color correction has also been adjusted to give the game less of a yellow tint. Trees, as well, are now a deeper green. Many graphical options have been added as well, and this has allowed us to get the game running smoothly on most lower-end systems, which was an important goal of mine. While the graphics are simple, there are a lot of unit models we're loading into the battles, which can make optimization tricky. We've also updated the musket sounds to be a lot more natural and punchy. Whereas previously we'd just play one big sound if a unit was firing, we now generate a sound per soldier shooting. This is a really important change, because we recently changed volley fire so that you aren't waiting on one soldier to reach a position before the rest of the line can fire. As long as around 80% of your regiment is ready to shoot, they will fire and won't be held up by one guy reloading. You can also turn off volley fire if you'd like your men to fire at will. And while we're watching these men fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty ammunition. And while we're watching these men fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty ammunition which is now working, like Buckshot rounds. Look how devastating that is at close range. For those of you who watched the livestream playthroughs, one thing I felt was an issue was the map size. So a change we've made recently has been to utilize the largest versions of each map, but to randomize the spawn positions on these maps to make each battle feel unique, instead of cropping down the map entirely to those randomized spawn zones. You may have also noticed we updated the look of the spawn zones instead of just using a plain white
I keep saying spawn zones,
line. More smoke has also been added and has been optimized. We also have included multiple smoke settings in case you want more or less. Shifting gears to improvements in the campaign and scenarios, we've finished the Rise of Frederick battles, so now you've got an introduction of 4 battles to play through to get a hold of the game's mechanics. I've spent a lot of time modeling the regiments accurately so that the units are named properly. Units are named properly and carry the correct regimental flags, as well as have the correct facings. The tutorial is also nearly completed, and we're now working on localizing the game into Chinese, Russian, French, German, and Spanish. More languages will be added later, but we don't want to overextend ourselves too much right now. Starting a new campaign now has colored text that informs you of each nation's strengths and weaknesses, while also informing you about each nation's army historically. We also added a challenge level for each of the compositions, so you know what's a good one to start with. All 70 of the game's achievements are also done and implemented, and we've gotten rid of the...
You know what? I kind of like the Queen of the Night song being used for the time-lapse at the end. It's kind of like peaceful. So I kind of want to use it there, and instead I want to use something else.
While we're watching these men fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty ammunition. The spawn positions on the Rise of Frederick battle, as well as have the correct facings of each nation's strengths and weaknesses, while also informing you about each nation's army historically. We also add...
I have a new song here.
For those of you who watched the livestream playthroughs, one thing I felt was one soldier to reach a position. releasing the game on September 17th, but we realized this would not give us enough time to properly playtest the game, and by moving the game into October, it means we can participate in Steam's Next Fest, which allows us to give you the opportunity as well, and this has allowed us to be a lot more natural and before the rest of the line can fire. As long as around 80% of your regiment is ready to shoot, they will fire and won't be held up by one guy reloading. You can also turn off volley fire if you'd like your men to fire at will. Each map, but to randomize accurately so that the units are named properly and carry the correct fires. There are no hidden buffs for excellent riding saddle, or a marksman, for example. A few more officer skills were also added, as we felt there wasn't enough variety originally. We've also gotten rid of. I spoke to our research consultant, Dr. Alex Burns, who stated that about 10% of Prussia's civilian population, or 400,000 people, died as a direct result of the conflict. And speaking of devastation, here's the defeat screen if you haven't seen it before. The skeleton might look a little fantastical, but it's based on a real 19th century sketch from German artist Adolf Menzel. We also now show you a detailed breakdown of some of your campaign stats in this screen. Another change that was done is that all of the encounters in the entire game have been complete encounters in the Scorched Earth, called the army types you can encounter in a campaign. There are now 4 distinct types: patrols, field armies, encamped armies, and the regional headquarters. Each army scales in.
Will there be an update with future nations? I don't know yet. We'll have to see. I have to finish the game first. I gotta be all done, and then I can decide. But you don't get the privilege of deciding until you're all finished and you see how it does.
Patrols move between settlements and are typically faster and weaker. Field armies come in only a few months after you've entered a region and will hunt you down. They're larger but slower. Encamped armies are randomly placed throughout a region and act like mini-bosses. They have a lot of loot, and if you beat one you get a new doctrine, but they're risky to take on. And finally, the headquarters remains at the end of the region and slowly builds up until it comes after you. I've recently overhauled these AI armies to use a lot more variety and randomness so that players aren't fighting the same armies over and over again. One of my favorite changes is that the headquarters armies now use the pool of the game's 50 renowned units that the player can unlock. So notice here at the end, armies now use the pool of the game's 50 renowned units that the player can unlock. So notice here at the end of this
that Galaxy, that's a good way to put it. You gotta finish your dinner before dessert. That's right, man. That's the right way to put it.
Region that a renowned regiment is representing this army. This adds a little more historical detail to the forces that your enemy is fielding and makes them a greater challenge. Before we continue, I also want to show off some screenshots taken by our playtesters. They've been doing such an excellent job finding all sorts of issues for us to fix, so that you don't have to experience those problems on launch. I also don't believe I've ever formally shown off the brand new stance system. So you now have 5 stances that you can select from, all of which come with pros and cons. And we've just units, and you can forage, which lets you passively travel the map at a slower speed, but consume less food. As you can tell, we've been quite busy, and will continue to be busy leading up to the release. So this will unfortunately be our final development log for Master of Command. But I will be doing more live streams where you can ask questions and watch the final parts of development. Importantly, there won't be any more content additions or mechanical changes made to Master of Command up until release. We're going to hunker down and really spend the next month and a half just focusing on polishing and balance changes based on playtester feedback. It's been critical for us to polish the game now ahead of launch in order to make launch day as smooth as possible for you guys. I'm planning on pricing the game around $30 US with adjusted regional pricing, as well as a big launch day discount. This project has been an awesome journey, and let me just say deeply thank you for supporting us and believing in us. I know that we've let a lot of people down with Fire and Maneuver, and I hope that this game will redeem us. We've done our absolute best working on Master of Command with the time and resources we had. We're really proud of what we've made. I also want to shout out our team. Thomas, in charge of programming just about everything. Sebastian on all things UI or animation related. Nico, who pretty much made all of the art in the game. And special thanks to Alex on sound design, Jacob the composer, Freddie our programming intern, Satiris our map artist, Demankos our 3D modeler and animator, and many other contributors amongst myself, Griffin, in charge of design and direction. Thank you to those who have supported us and wishlisted our project for making all of this possible. And now, enjoy a little time-lapse of our game from its beginning to the end. Enjoy a little time-lapse of our game from its beginning to the end.
This part goes a little fast. I like the music though, isn't it nice? It's kind of emotional, honestly. I feel kind of sad. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. This part needs to go just a little bit longer. That part's also a little rushed. I think this is supposed to just be the village and not the there we go. Sorry, I'm pausing just to get it to render and load. Oh, that's perfect, isn't it? I'm gonna render it there. I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm probably gonna rewatch it again to test it once that's rendered. So we'll call it Final Devlog. And that is gonna start rendering. I'll be right back. I might... Ah, no, I gotta walk the dog. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Lock the officer traits and facing colors behind the battle pass. Yeah, exactly. Oh, this looks nice. I like this channel. Yeah, I like this channel a lot. You can just sit here and work to it. He makes music to historical paintings. It's very good. What's my render at? Halfway rendered. Yeah, sorry if I'm a little quiet now. Now I'm just taking my break because I just finished I finished what? Finished making the devlog. Why don't you at least show some game updates on your main channel you feel would get more visibility? Why don't you at least show game updates on your main channel you feel like would get more visibility for the game if you did? I will start doing that probably as soon as October begins. I'll probably start doing that. But the thing is, anytime I talk about my game to my main audience, they all hate it, and they will just write insults and that I'm a scammer, and I don't know. It's just at that point, like I know I should. I will market to them, but I hate to market to them because anytime I even mention something about the game, they get upset that they don't want it. So it's clearly not for them. It's not the right audience. So I will make a few posts, but I won't push it on them because they just don't want it. I am releasing a 7 Years War documentary, and in the documentary I will promote the game and I'll put that on my main channel. I think that'll be like the main marketing push. Beyond that, I'm going to be pretty quiet on the main channel because I don't know, they don't like it. So I will focus my marketing efforts more on gaming YouTubers who I've assembled a list for and I'm in contact with, and I'm going to give them early access to the game. I'm going to do a demo. So I'm mainly focusing on marketing to people who play historical video games on YouTube and Steam audience who's going to be there on Next Fest. But my YouTube audience is just not. They don't want it, so that's fine. You watch the HTV. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, that's one of my favorite videos. I'm really happy that we made it. Could you use footage from your game for the 7 Years War content? I did actually do that. A Vlogging Through History I'm in contact with, he will very likely play the game when it's out, assuming everything goes okay. But yeah, my 7 Years War, actually, it's going to be here. Yeah, in that documentary, I used footage. I mainly used like UI and stuff from the game. Like, check out the portraits. Like there. That's from the game. So that's pretty cool. And then we tried to do some combat scenes. Oh, look, that soldier's from the game as well. We tried to do some combat scenes, which were like this one, that are like pre-rendered, that had like a similar style to the game. And then we did the busts on the map too. So I think it's very similar, actually. It's cool seeing the busts. And in the game they look similar. Is the poll regarding kilt tartans going to be implemented? I already got it done. I already implemented it the day the poll went live and people voted on it. It took me like 5 minutes. Yeah, I can show you if you want. I got nothing else to do while I'm waiting for it to render, the video to render. Here, let me just jump in as Britain. It's my 30-minute timer. I gotta go soon. I'm gonna set one more timer. I just gotta get this thing to render. What I'll likely do is I'll probably finish this and I'll put it out at like 12 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, so we'll jump in as the British. I'll debug myself a few more Highlanders. I'll get like 16 Highlanders so we can check all the kilt colors and see what our favorite is. Mac, I'm glad. Are you native Scottish? I'm glad if so, I'm happy I found another Scottish history nerd who likes Highlanders and stuff. I think I maybe watched Braveheart too much as a kid, but I just love the... I wish there was like a dedicated Jacobite faction. Add regiment GBR Highland Foot. I grew up in Scotland, but I was born in the US. Uh-oh. A poser. No, you're just like me, man. I love Scotland, but I'm not Scottish. All right, so we have this unit. We're gonna go black and black, white and white, blue and blue, purple and purple, green and green, dark green and dark green, buff and buff, yellow and yellow, orange and orange, and red and red. There we go. We're not skipping campaign battles. I don't know if we should defend the Sassenach, the English, you know? I think we should go to like Thuringia or something. I'm not defending the Sassenach. I'm going to Germany instead. That's what the Scots call the English. The Saxons, the Sassenach. Alright, let's go in and spawn us an army. So this is you building the AI armies for the home front, or just build it for testing? I'm just building a test army to try out the different Scottish kilts right now. Will console commands be available in the build? That's a good question, Jack. Probably not, but maybe in a post-release update or something we could add it for people who want to just mess around. All right, here's the black kilts. It's almost just like they're wearing complete black pants. I wonder if the black color should be a little less black, but because you can't really see the lines of the kilts when they're wearing black now. We have white kilts. Oh, why is that blue? Uh-oh. Did my update not save? Yeah, it didn't save. Hold on. They're yellow. Hold on, that one did. They're orange. That one worked. They're red. That one worked. Some of them just don't work well. That's green. That's dark green. That one works. That's buff. That one works. Yeah, it's just some of the darker colors. The blue appears almost greenish. Actually, this one's supposed to be purple. Oh, I think I messed up the flags in the... Yeah, they're wearing blue. That's correct. So really, the only one that's messed up are the white and black, but it's kind of hard to do white and black kilts. They just have blue there. I wonder why. Maybe I made a mistake on the white kilts. I don't know. Well, either way, that's our Highland force. I like the yellow kilts. I think that's definitely stands out. Orange is cool too. Red looks nice. Green is good. Green's probably the best. And then you get the dark green option too. I like that. And then you got buff. Should have given them bagpipers. Yeah, I do have bagpipe items in the game. I just didn't give it to them. AI is not turned on, so they're just standing at spawn. Render's at 94%. Run, Highlanders, run! Let's see how fast we can get our Highlanders, because they're one of the fastest infantry units in the game. And I wonder if I could get them... If I give them, like, boots and canteens and stuff, if I get them really fast. And veterancy, maybe. Is it possible to have a color wheel? Yeah, we want to add that post-release, I think, with more options. Alright, let's do add all items. Let's make the yellow ones. These guys are going to be the really fast ones. The lightning-colored ones. Let's give them... You actually don't get a move speed with the bagpiper, unfortunately. I'd have to give them a field musician to get the move speed buff. But I don't think that's worth it. I think we gotta give them the Highland, the regular Highland bagpiper. Stamina. Here's the... There we go, move speed +6. Let's grab that. And... Coffee, we'll get the move speed on that. Get the Greyhound. Get the Treatise. That's as fast as we can make them. 63 walk speed. And look at them run away. Alright, let's see how fast we got our Highlanders. Honestly, I think they walk as fast as Hussars now, because I stacked every perfect item on them. So they might be flying. Let's see. I'm a little afraid. I'm going to put them in column as well. Oh, look at that. And then run. Oh, yes. Look at them just sprinting. Oh, I love that. I think compare that to, like, the French sprinting. Look at that slow-ass sprint. And then meanwhile, look at my Highlanders. March, boys, march! Ah! The bagpipes don't play if you're sprinting. You can, if you walk, it'll play them. Damn, they're flying. Put them on the road? Yeah, we'll put them on the road. Good idea. Let's see how fast they are on the road. And we'll do a deeper column as well. Alright. There we go. So we've got 105 speed on the road. Alright. Oh my god. Oh, they're flying. There we go. Let's sprint on the road now. Look at that sprint, man. Go, go, go. It's like modern combat units here. Damn, that's so cool that you can get them this fast. You gotta get them the full gators, a drill manual, coffee, and the Greyhound, and they'll fly around. You could get them even faster if you gave them field musicians. Which, by the way, would you guys rather me change it? The bagpipers give morale and charge damage. Would you rather give them move speed and charge damage instead? Or do you like that it gives morale? Because morale is used for charges. Move speed isn't really done for that. But the Highlanders, it's fun to make them fast. So I'm curious what you guys think between morale and move speed. Yeah, morale and charge will give you the best impact damage, so, yeah. Okay, alright, that's good. Oh my god, on fast forward. Look at them fly on fast forward. Yeah, I think they already are going too fast. I'm going to watch the devlog for mistakes, and you are welcome to join me, and then once this is done, I'm going to end the stream, so we're going to watch it together.
Don't forget to wishlist Master of Command on Steam. It's the best way to support the game. Hey everyone, this is the 10th and final development log for Master of Command. First, let me say thank you for all the support on our latest trailer and the live streams I've been doing. I think the game's really come a long way, and I'm excited to be so close to sharing it with you. I also won't make you wait for a release date any longer. We are officially releasing on October 27th. We initially planned on releasing the game on September 17th, but we realized this would not give us enough time to properly playtest the game, and by moving the game into October, it means we can participate in Steam's Next Fest, which allows us to give you the opportunity to try a free demo of Master of Command before release. Now, let's jump right into things. The first visual change you'll notice right off the bat is a proper skybox, as well as volumetric fog, which adds a lot of atmosphere in the early morning hours of a battle. Battles start dark and misty, and will brighten up over the course of the day. We've also got a new minimap implemented, compared to the old placeholder we've been using. And you may notice that the camera is a lot smoother than in the previous devlogs. Post-processing and color correction has also been adjusted to give the game less of a yellow tint. Trees, as well, are now a deeper green. Many graphical options have been added as well, and this has allowed us to get the game running smoothly on most lower-end systems, which was an important goal of mine. While the graphics are simple, there are a lot of unit models we're loading into the battles, which can make optimization tricky. We've also updated the musket sounds to be a lot more natural and punchy. Whereas previously we'd just play one big sound if a unit was firing, we now generate a sound per soldier shooting. This is a really important change, because we recently changed volley fire so that you aren't waiting on one soldier to reach a position before the rest of the line can fire. As long as around 80% of your regiment is ready to shoot, they will fire and won't be held up by one guy reloading. You can also turn off volley fire if you'd like your men to fire at will. And while we're watching these men fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty ammunition which is now working, like buckshot rounds. Look how devastating that is at close range.
That part was it skipped a little bit. Let me just check. 1 second.
Look how... And while we're watching these men fire, I'd like to show you the new specialty ammunition which is now working, like buckshot rounds. Look,
It looks like there was like lag there. So what I want to do is just make that a fade. 1 second. Usernames, you love the specialty ammo. You love my little quotes, man. Alright, let's go back and find this. Yeah, I would just do like a little fade between these. There.
look how devastating that is at close range. For those of you who watched the livestream playthroughs, one thing I felt was an issue was the map size. So a change we've made recently has been to utilize the largest versions of each map, but to randomize the spawn positions on these maps to make each battle feel unique, instead of cropping down the map entirely to those randomized spawn zones. You may have also noticed we updated the look of the spawn zones instead of just using a plain white line. More smoke has also been added and has been optimized. We also have included multiple smoke settings in case you want more or less. Shifting gears to improvements in the campaign and scenarios, we've finished the Rise of Frederick battles, so now you've got an introduction of 4 battles to play through to get a hold of the game's mechanics. I've spent a lot of time modeling the regiments accurately so that the units are named properly and carry the correct regimental flags, as well as have the correct facings. The tutorial is also nearly completed, and we're now working on localizing the game into Chinese, Russian, French, German, and Spanish. More languages will be added later, but we don't want to overextend ourselves too much right now. Starting a new campaign now has colored text that informs you of each nation's strengths and weaknesses, while also informing you about each nation's army historically. We also added a challenge level for each of the compositions, so you know what's a good one to start with. All 70 of the game's achievements are also done and implemented, and we've gotten rid of the leveling up idea to gain renowned units and have replaced it with achievements. So now you have certain challenges you can work toward to unlock new units or army compositions. The campaign settings are also now done, so you're able to make the game easier or harder by customizing these modifiers. There are no hidden buffs or debuffs applied to the AI. Everything is visible, so you don't have to worry about any hidden AI cheats. The item pool for the campaign has also been updated, so we've effectively tripled the item variety in the game with the inclusion of good and excellent variants of all items. This definitely makes the late game more interesting when you find a really rare excellent riding saddle, or a marksman for example. A few more officer skills were also added, as we felt there wasn't enough variety originally. We've also gotten rid of the active abilities that you need to press to activate, because this added a level of micromanagement that didn't feel like it fit in a historical game like this. There's already a lot to do when managing your troops in battle. From utilizing cover and elevation, to altering firing methods, drawing dynamic formations that affect movement speed and morale, and positioning your divisional officers to provide morale buffs evenly across your front. There's also now a 3-act structure built into the campaign system. Each act has its own briefing and theme. The first act is the starter region, where battles are easier, and you're meant to focus on forming up your army. The second act is themed around a harsh winter, and really needing to focus on getting your logistics in order. And my favorite addition is the new Act 3 theme, which is Scorched Earth. In this region, everything you've been building up to is put to a final test. Armies are harder, items are more expensive, all of these settlements start off looted, and the campaign art was redrawn to look grim and desperate. The goal is to really make you feel like the war's taken its toll. I spoke to our research consultant, Dr. Alex Burns, who stated that about 10% of Prussia's civilian population, or 400,000 people, died as a direct result of the conflict. And speaking of devastation, here's the defeat screen if you haven't seen it before. The skeleton might look a little fantastical, but it's based on a real 19th century sketch from German artist Adolf Menzel. We also now show you a detailed breakdown of some of your campaign stats in this screen. Another change that was done is that all of the encounters in the entire game have been completely remade from scratch, and now contain much—
There is a good point that Austin's making about, he was saying the shadows don't move, and maybe I zoomed too close to a building, so you can really notice that the shadows don't move. So maybe I should re-record that one segment so it can look a bit better as the time of day changes. Because I do think that time lapse, it's so zoomed in on the buildings that you're really staring at the shadows, but the shadows don't move. So I can imagine a commenter complaining about the lack of dynamic shadows. So what I'll do instead is just hang out, like maybe I'll hang out here. In fact, let me open a cool new map that I made that I've never shown off. But yeah, a lot of art was redrawn for the Scorched Earth. Almost all of it had to be redrawn, or like edited, pretty much. When you unlock a regiment, do you get it in your playthrough? You just have the ability to find it. You don't get it instantly, though. Alright. Where do we want to focus over here? Let's focus over here. This looks nice. But then people are going to be looking at the building, so maybe not. Where do I want to go to demonstrate the time of day? I still like this spot. Wonder if we had done like that, if that would have looked nicer. I mean, I technically could swap it to this, but no, I think we're fine. Uh-oh, I didn't record any of that. Apparently, the moment I went to start, it ended the recording, I think. Yeah, it didn't even record any of that. So I gotta do it over again. Damn, I'm getting tired, man. I'm getting real fucking tired. Sucks. I think I'm gonna take tomorrow off, and I think I have to take Monday off, because I'm getting real... Yeah, you can copy and paste regiment names, so you can put the French accents on. I've done that before. But I'm getting real burnt out. I'm honestly getting... When you are on the computer and it starts to take a physical toll, it's like mentally you get tired, right? But if you start like aching and your eyes are fucking trying to shut, that's not good. So I have to do something about this soon, but yeah. I gotta finish this. I'm really happy that I was able to get the devlog done, and it's my last devlog. I never have to do it again for this game. So it's a big weight lifted off my shoulders, and I'm almost done. My plan right now is I'm gonna take this little time lapse. I'm going to put it in the game and fix it. I'm going to finish previewing my devlog. I'm going to re-render the new changes, and as it's re-rendering, I'm going to walk my dog and end the stream. And then I'm all done. But then tomorrow and Monday, I'm taking that time off. I'm just way too tired. I can't do it. I think the time lapse should be done. What, did this not record again? What's up with this? I think my computer's... Yeah, that sucks. It recorded most of it. I think my computer is tired too. Oh, look at that. That's so much better. That time lapse is so much better. Look at how bright it gets. I'm really glad we changed that, because I know some fucking guy in the comments was gonna leave a comment, so I'm glad that we got that fixed.
Battles start dark and misty and will brighten up over the course of the day. We've also got a new mini.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Much more interesting choices. This was a tedious overhaul. There's now over 100 encounters, but I think this really needed to happen. Take this encounter, for example, where you can now essentially siege a fort through a series of encounter pop-ups. Or this one, where you can support the attack of a local ally. Or this one, where you can hire a foreign auxiliary from another nation. Encounters are also weighted differently based on the region you're in. So you'll find darker encounters in the Scorched Earth region, like this mass grave, compared to lighter encounters in the first region, like helping out a local shepherd. We're also in the process of redrawing all of the encounter images from scratch, and doing them in this new style. they'll be fully colored in like this when it's all done. There's also been hundreds of balance changes made to the unit stats and other miscellaneous things based on playtester reports, but this would be uninteresting to go over. So if you are interested, you can join our Discord and check out the changelog there. Something perhaps more interesting is that we've overhauled the army types you can encounter in a campaign. There are now 4 distinct types: patrols, field armies, encamped armies, and the regional headquarters. Each army scales in difficulty and has a different behavior. Patrols move between settlements and are typically faster and weaker. Field armies come in only a few months after you've entered a region and will hunt you down. They're larger but slower. Encamped armies are randomly placed throughout a region and act like mini-bosses. They have a lot of loot, and if you beat one you get a new doctrine, but they're risky to take on. And finally, the headquarters remains at the end of the region and slowly builds up until it comes after you. I've recently overhauled these AI armies to use a lot more variety and randomness so that players aren't fighting the same armies over and over again. One of my favorite changes is that the headquarters armies now use the pool of the game's 50 renowned units that the player can unlock. So notice here at the end of this region that a renowned regiment is representing this army. This adds a little more historical detail to the forces that your enemy is fielding and makes them a greater challenge. Before we continue, I also want to show off some screenshots taken by our playtesters. They've been doing such an excellent job finding all sorts of issues for us to fix, so that you don't have to experience those problems on launch. I also don't believe I've ever formally shown off the brand new stance system. So you now have 5 stances that you can select from, all of which come with pros and cons. And we've just implemented hotkeys to them as well. You can use Force March, which gets you movement at the cost of and will continue to be busy leading up to the release. So this will unfortunately be our final development log for Master of Command. But I will be doing more live streams where you can ask questions and watch the final parts of development. Importantly, there won't be any more content additions or mechanical changes made to Master of Command up until release. We're going to hunker down and really spend the next month and a half just focusing on polishing and balance changes based on playtester feedback. It's been critical for us to polish the game now ahead of launch in order to make launch day as smooth as possible for you guys. I'm planning on pricing the game around $30 with adjusted regional pricing, as well as a big launch day discount. This project has been an awesome journey, and let me just say deeply thank you for supporting us and believing in us. I know that we've let a lot of people down with Fire and Maneuver, and I hope that this game will redeem us. We've done our absolute best working on Master of Command with the time and resources we had, and we're really proud of what we've made. I also want to shout out our team. Thomas in charge of programming just about everything, Sebastian on all things UI or animation related, Nico who pretty much made all of the art in the game, and special thanks to Alex on sound design, Jacob the composer, Freddie our programming intern, Satiris our map artist, Demankos, our 3D modeler and animator, and many other contributors, amongst myself, Griffin, in charge of design and direction. Thank you to those who have supported us and wishlisted our project for making all of this possible. And now, enjoy a little time-lapse of our game from its beginning to the end.
Little glitch, hold on. Small glitch right there, I just noticed. Right at 11:55. One second. Erlander, dude, hello. What's up, man? What is up? I think I found why it got glitched. Erlander, I put you in the credits when I was thanking everyone, but I put you in as through the text pop-up because I ran out of space to shout everybody out through my voiceover. I hope that's okay. But a lot of the artists got shouted out because there's so many of you guys through the text pop-ups on screen. So you are given credit in our little finale time lapse at the end. Oh, all right, I fixed a little visual bug. Okay. There we go. I fixed the bug. It's rather abrupt switching at the moment. Let me see. That part I fixed. I think the little Frederick thing is a little too quick. There we go. Sorry, 1 second. Fixing the timeline. Here, sorry. There we go. Cool. I'm happy with that. I'm going to render that. I'm going to head out, guys. I'm going to walk my dog. And then this video is going up at 12 p.m. tomorrow. So thank you, guys. Thanks for all the support. I'm all done. This is my last devlog. Game is going out in exactly a month, which is very fitting to end the devlogs now on that. Again, just thank you so much. I'll see you guys later. And someone jumped in. I just want to acknowledge them. VRen, it's been a blast playtesting. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Have a nice spawn zone. Thank you, man. All right, take care, guys. Thank you so much.